Once and really, Mr. President, I believe it's fitting, and you agreed to this. You're the one who pushed this, that we take this up first hour today. So may we ask the Secretary, Mr. President, to read the title of the measure.
So we will accept that as a formal motion, Mr. Majority Leader. Any
so moved,
objection?
Mr. President.
Hearing none. Consideration of proposed Senate Resolution 176 is now in order. Secretary, will we read the title of the resolution?
Resolution expressing the deepest sympathies and profound condolences of the Senate on the death of former Senate President Honorable Juan Ponce Enrile.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm making an appeal to all our colleagues that instead of sponsoring this measure today, because we have the budget deliberations at hand and several secretaries waiting, may we just approve this, of course, subject to style, and all those who wish to propose, of course, or give privileged speeches can do it on Wednesday. We have an ecological service for the good Senate President Enrile on Wednesday morning, I think at 9 a.m., Mr. President.
Yes, so we will just insert our sponsorship of the said resolution into the records of the Senate, and so
Yes.
the other members of the Senate.
Yes, myself as well, Mr. President. So with that,
Yes.
Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to sponsor and give any amendments, I move that we close both the sponsorship, period of sponsorship and period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. So closed.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt Senate Resolution number 176, take in consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 177. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Proposed Senate Resolution 176, subject to style and in consideration of Senate Resolution 177, is hereby adopted.
Thank you, and and may we make all members of the Senate, of course, Mr. President, as a co-sponsor of the measure.
All members of the Senate are all co-authors and co-sponsors of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. And one of the reasons also why we need to approve it today is that so we can print it out and frame the parchment paper para maibigay po natin sa pamilya, Mr. President, itong darating na Wednesday. So with that, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 4058 under Committee Report number 18. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill 4058 under Committee Report number 18 is in order.
Yes, the status of the measures, we're in the period of interpellation, Mr. President. We have the general principles on deck. We still have a few members who wish to interpellate. May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Yes, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to propose interpellation of the budget among the three good gentlemen and ladies that are here on the floor. Who would like to go first? No, because we have a list, but I think some of them don't wish to.
Well, we at this point, we recognize the chairman of the Committee on
Yes,
Finance,
Mr.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
And to interpolate in the list, and I'll read it for the record, it's Senator Panfilo Lacson, Senator Alan Cayetano, Senator Marcos, Senator Legarda, Senator Ejercito, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Hontiveros, and Senator Pangilinan. So, would any?
Senator Lacson has
will give way.
intimated that he will be interpellating around 4 o'clock.
Okay, Mr. President. So may we ask Senator Hontiveros? Yes. We'd like to recognize Senator Hontiveros, Mr. President.
Senator Risa Hontiveros is recognized to continue interpellations for House Bill 4058.
Salamat, Mr. President. So I guess I'm up again sooner than I expected. So magandang hapon muli, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to pose a shortened list of my remaining questions from our first round for this afternoon's plenary. So una na po, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, on the Maharlika investment in the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. Gusto natin maiwasan na masayang ang 19 billion pesos na investment na ginawa ng MIF sa NGCP para sa renewable energies. So may we get an update from the Department of Finance on how the investment of Maharlika in the NGCP is doing, Mr. Chair?
So, insofar as the investment in NGCP via the holding company, which is I believe it's Synergy Grid, they're still doing the financial closing. So in the next few, I think depending on how complicated and how long the discussions between the legal counsels of each entities, we're probably looking at first quarter to second quarter next year.
So yung 19 billion pesos po, Mr. Chair, hindi pa aktual na ipupuhunan na sa NGCP ng Maharlika kasi hindi pa na kumpleto yung financial closing.
So, correct. So
Okay.
may mga negotiations pa hong mangyayari. So pwede pong magbago. Yun po yung estimated amounts, pero pwede pa hong magbago.
Okay. So ano po yung mga particular na ninenegosasyon sa ngayon at alin sa mga aspeto nung ikukumpletong financial closing ang pwede pang magbago? At least yung pwede niyong sabihin po in plenary habang umaandar yung negosasyon, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the valuation, Mr. President, can still change. So yun po yung isa sa mga ninegotiate between government, Maharlika, and Synergy Grid.
Okay. So pwedeng magbago pa yung valuation. Ibig sabihin pwedeng tumaas o even bumaba yung halaga na 19 billion pesos na investment, Mr. Chair.
Pwede pa ho, magbago ho yun.
Okay.
No?
Ano yung magiging basehan ng pagbago ng halagang iyon kung sakali?
Ang pwede hong maging dahilan ng pagbabago is number one is the market value of the investment. Synergy Grid is a publicly listed company, so titignan rin po yung valuation nitong kumpanya. And then, of course, tinitignan rin po yung risk to the investment. So these are all factors na pwede pong magbago pa doon sa presyo po.
Ano po yung kinoconsider na mga risks sa negosasyon sa ngayon, Mr. Chair?
Well, typically, since this is a regulated entity, it's a regulatory risk, yung isa sa mga tinitignan. Of course, mga ganitong type of companies, they also rely on loans. So tinitignan rin po yung interest rate risk as well as currency risk. Kasi sa laki po ng investment, marami ho dito will be loan from the outside. No? So with the recent weakness in the peso, that's also another factor. No?
Okay, salamat Mr. Chair. Ito sana, isa sana sa kinokonsidera ng gobyerno sa pag-finalize ng financial closing dito. Anong ginagawa ng Maharlika Investment Fund in partnership siyempre sa Department of Energy at sa NGCP mismo? Anong ginagawa ng MIF para sa halip na coal-based electricity, renewable energies na kinontrata niya ang pwedeng i-transmit ng NGCP na in fact delinquent sa ngayon? Pwede po bang humingi sa kanila ng detailed technical report bilang bahagi din ng oversight ng Senado sa MIF, Mr. Chairman?
Insofar as NGCP and the transmission companies concerned, ang negosyo ho nila mag-transmit lang ng kuryente. So the contracting of the generation, typically ho, ang nagko-contract are the distribution utilities. So binabayaran lang po yung NGCP ng wheeling charge in terms of electricity transmission. Pero yung kontrata ho is between the distribution companies and also the generation companies. So it's it's the call of the distribution companies kung bibili ho sila ng mas maraming fossil fuel o mas maraming RE. Pero ngayon ho, meron ng RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standards, ang DOE. So they're mandated to contract 5% of their total electricity outputs from renewable energy. No? At tumataas ho yan over time. No?
Opo, Mr. Chair. At kasama naman ang DOE sa pag-finalize nung financial closing, di po ba?
Yeah, kasama ho sila. I think mostly on the technical aspect as well. Alam ho ni Senator Risa yung national security aspect of this asset. So nagko-consult rin sila with DOE regarding this aspect as well.
Opo. In fact, Mr. Chair, hindi naman ako magtatanong tungkol sa, for once, no, na sa paulit-ulit nating pagtatalakay sa NGCP, hindi ko naman itatanong ngayon yung national security aspect. Mas yung dahil recently nagkakaroon ng mga problema na ipasok sa grid ang mga na-generate na renewable energies. And meron din pong recent policy shift sa Department of Energy na nababahala po yung mga renewable energy advocates. Alam po ito ng chairman na parang bibigyan ulit ng espasyo ang coal-based electricity sa kanyang dating preferred status, sa halip na mas i-push talaga yung pag-mainstream ng RE sa ating energy mix, simula pa lang dun sa pag-upload sa grid. So pwede po kayang at least mai-communicate ng DBCC at ng chair natin itong concern. Nauulitin ko rin naman dun sa pagtalakay natin sa DOE budget na gawing explicitly part ng financial closing nung Maharlika investment sa NGCP na matatransmit talaga ang renewable energies sa pamamagitan ng grid natin, Mr. Chair.
I suggest, Senator Risa, that we can take that topic up with the DOE.
Alright.
Alam ko ho yung tinutukoy ng ating senadora. Ito po yung coal moratorium na nagbigay ho sila ng additional qualification on the moratorium. Pag expansion, hindi na raw kasama sa moratorium. So ito alam ko ay maraming concern dito sa expansion ng kanilang moratorium. No? So pwede ho nating pag-usapan at talakayan during the budget ng DOE. But insofar as the transmission is concerned, ang transmission business is normally just transmitting electricity from the GenCo all the way to the DU, the distribution utilities. Ang distribution utilities ho talaga ang merong desisyon kung saan sila bibili ng kuryente o anong uring kuryente ang kanilang bibilin.
I understand, Mr. Chair. But then again, certain language can be introduced dun sa financial closing on the part of national government para higit na i-encourage yung pagpapapasok ng renewable energy sa grid natin. In the detailed, pwede po bang makatanggap ang Senado ng detailed technical report bilang tulong sa atin, sa oversight natin sa Maharlika moving forward, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, andito po ang si Secretary Recto who sits as an ex officio chairman of the Maharlika. So pwede ho silang magbigay ng mga technical reports. For example, maganda ho yung tanong nyo, yung evaluation report, kung ano ba ang ginamit nilang evaluation methodology on their investment, as well as beyond the evaluation. For example ho, ano ba ang, from a national security aspect, ano ba ang benefit ho sa atin. No? So we can request a report in confidence. I'm sure confidential
Sure,
yan,
Mr.
na
Chair.
isubmit ho sa Senado.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Dako naman po ako sa technical smuggling na baka itanong din ni Senator Pangilinan at gayon din nating lahat sa pagtalakay sa DA budget. So, malaking halaga ang nawawalang revenues at negatively affected ang ating mga magsasaka dahil sa pag-misdeclare ng mas mababang kalidad at halaga para sa ating mga ini-import na bigas. So, ang pagresolba ng issue nitong technical smuggling, ito po ba ay nasa taas ng priorities ni Commissioner Nepomuceno? At ano po yung magiging clear milestones nila para sabihin na nasosolve na natin itong walang kamatayang age-old problem na to, Mr. Chair?
I joined the Senator Risa, the good lady from Banay, to emphasize on curbing technical smuggling and smuggling in general in our country. Talagang wala hong panalo sa smuggling dahil talo na ho ang farmers ho natin, tapos wala pa tayong revenues na kukuha. No? So, hindi ho talaga tayo, wala hong nagbe-beneficyo ho dyan. Medyo bumababa ho yung presyo pero hindi naman sustainable dahil maraming farmers ho ang nadi-displace. So, sa BOC naman, in fairness to them ho, talagang tuloy-tuloy po yung kanilang pagsugpo dito po sa smuggling sa ating bansa. So to date, ang value ng to date po ang value ng na-seize na goods ho nila is about 4.7 billion pesos po. Sari-sari na ho to. May cigarettes, mackerel, onions, vape. So malaki-laki na rin po yung kanilang na-seize na mga smuggled goods.
At sa mga priorities po ni Commissioner Nepomuceno, nasa taas ba or top 3 or top 5 yung pag-solve ng technical smuggling, Mr. Chair?
Nasa ano ho to, priority, nasa top 1. Sabi ho sa akin ni Commissioner Nepomuceno na may explicit instruction ng ating Pangulo na habulin ho talaga yung mga smugglers. At hindi lang po ma-seizing goods, kung hindi kasuhan at siguraduhin manalo tayo sa kaso. Pero I remember during sa Ways and Means Committee hearing a few days ago, meron ho tayong mga batas na dapat ho rin ayusin. I remember sabi ho ni Commissioner Nepomuceno, marami sa mga nahuhuli nila ang mga consignee, mga driver, mga kasambahay. So hindi ho sinusulat yung mga totoong consignee. So dapat ho talaga i-revisit yung mga batas ho natin para po habulin yung mga totoong smuggler. Hindi lang po yung naglalagay lang ho sila kung sino-sino as consignee para hindi ho sila makasuhan.
And I think sinimulan din nating on our end, Mr. Chair, solusyonan yan, lalo na halimbawa nung ipinasa natin yung anti-economic sabotage law na may mga marami at mahalagang input din mismo ang Bureau of Customs.
Correct. So isa rin yung sa mga gagamitin nila o ginagamit na batas para po habulin yung mga smugglers po.
And mabuting mabalitaan na number 1 priority itong pagsulba ng issue ng technical smuggling ni na Commissioner Nepomuceno. Ano yung magiging milestones nila sa pag-achieve nung number 1 priority na iyan? Clear milestones para sabihin na achieve nila, Mr. Chair.
Aside from doon po sa mga seizures na ginagawa nila, yung prosecution as well as conviction. Admittedly ho, like for example, nung nagkaroon ho kami ng hearing tungkol sa smuggled tobacco at vape, admittedly napakababa po ang conviction. Mataas po ang seizure, mga thousands. Natatandaan ko, thousands po yung seizure. Pero pag lumakad ho tayo doon sa wheels of justice hanggang conviction, less than 1% lang ho nako-convict. No? So maraming nahuhuli pero halos kakaunti lang po yung conviction. So yun po yung challenge natin sa BOC and sa BIR na taasan po yung conviction. Together with the DOJ, of course.
Yes.
Talagang dapat ho mayroon pong makulong rin sa mga smugglers.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. At nung binanggit niyo yung DOJ, naalala ko, sinabi din ng dating DOJ Secretary na at that time, several months ago, pinagtatrabaho niya yung mga tao ng DOJ, halimbawa sa Philippine National Police, para yung case build-up ay mas mahigpit. And I don't know, perhaps kung ginagawa na rin nila or pinaplanong gawin DOJ with BOC para itaas nga po yung percentage ng convictions, Mr. Chair.
Meron pala ho silang pending na MOA to create this BOC-DOJ
okay.
joint activity against smuggling. This is during the term of Ombudsman Remulla. No? So medyo na antala lang ho dahil sa pagkakapalit po ng kalihim doon. Pero pinupersuho nila yan para magkaroon ho sila ng mas matibay pa na joint activity between the entity that seizes the goods and the entity that files the case, and eventually, hopefully, manalo po tayo doon sa kaso.
Hopefully, Mr. Chair. And at least yung dating SOJ ay yung ombudsman
Yes,
ngayon. So even
correct.
on the personal level,
Yeah.
mas may paraan na kumpletuhin itong
Yeah. Kanina po nakita ko na
prosesong ito.
nag-oath na po yung bagong Secretary of Justice, si Secretary
I see.
Vida. So I think pwede na pong i-revive ulit ng BOC yung kanilang plano na magkaroon ng mas maigting na relasyon sa pagitan ng BOC at DOJ.
And I wish them the best in that, Mr. Chair, para ma-achieve talaga yung sinasabing number one priority.
Correct.
Opo.
At may makulong.
At
Kasi
may
yun ang
makulong.
problema. Maraming nahuhuli, walang nakukulong eh.
Opo. At dapat hindi lang po yung mga bodegero, mga
Oh, yeah.
kung
Correct.
sinong kunyaring signees
Correct.
ng mga smugglers, Mr. Chair. Salamat po. Dako naman po ako dun sa GSIS School Buildings Insurance. Maraming mga eskwelahan, alam po nating lahat, ang nasalanta ng mga nakaraang lindol at bagyo. However, as was, I believe, the practice before, our schools should be covered by the National Indemnity Insurance Program, o NIIP, and international reinsurance. Tama po ba? Medyo kinakabahan po ako, Mr. Chair, kasi wala po akong naririnig na balita tungkol dyan ngayon pagkatapos ng Tino at Uwan at pagkatapos ng Lindol, Mr. Chair.
Actually, meron ho yung pondo sa unprogrammed funds. Ito po yung insurance premium for government assets, particularly for school buildings. I remember nung hearing po, yun po yung isa sa mga katanungan. So ito po ay tinransfer ho natin from unprogrammed funds to program to a tune of 1 billion pesos po. No, so at least so mapapondohan na siya. At kasi ang konteksto ngayon, ang dami hong bagyo at lindol at nakita ko po sa mga reports na marami tayong classrooms rin nasisira. So pwede na po nilang makuha yung insurance payments para ma-repair po yung classrooms. Ang challenge lang po yung bilis. Alam ko medyo matagal-tagal ho pag-release nitong pondo, pero at least ho pwede na sila mag-claim doon po sa insurance.
Okay. Salamat, Mr. Chair. It's also good to know na isa tong konkretong instance na inilipat ang isang item mula sa unprogrammed papunta dun sa programmed. Kasi maalala natin kung na yung unprogrammed appropriations ang naging isa sa malalaking issue tungkol sa current 2025 budget. And in fact, isa sa mga dahilan na ako at si dating Minority Leader Coco Pimentel ay bumoto ng no sa 2025 budget. So yung current programmed funds para sa school buildings insurance na nagkakahalaga ng 1 billion pesos, sasapat na po ba ito? I almost know the answer, Mr. Chair, but so follow-up is at least anong percentage ng insurance sa damaged or destroyed buildings ang masasagot nitong halaga, Mr. Chair?
doon po sa existing yung this year 2025 according to our National Treasurer, kaya naman pong ibayaran ng mga damaged schools. No?
Okay.
So may mga binigay na data sa atin. Ang hindi naka. Actually, ang good news,
Naku, ibig sabihin may bad news, Mr. Chair.
actually,
let's hear the
napag-usapan
good
namin
news
sa
first.
hearing to ni National Treasurer. Ang good news, so kaya naman with the current 2 billion premium payments to GSIS to cover all the claims of DepEd insofar as classroom is concerned. No, kaya naman po kasi malaki po inilaan ho natin, almost 2 billion in terms of premium payments.
Okay.
Ang bad news ho, matagal lang ma-access. No?
Gaano katagal yung matagal, Mr. Chair?
Actually, parang more than... Yeah. Kasi ang proseso ho kasi, pag may bagyo, si DepEd pupunta ho sa site, i-assess niya. Pag may cost na ho, ibibigay sa GSIS. Of course, GSIS pupunta doon to validate po yung cost. So typically, umaabot raw na more than a year para
Oh my
makuha
God.
yung claims.
Okay.
No? So, iyan din po isang problema dahil kung 1 year ho makukuha yung claims, in the meantime, wala tayong classrooms.
Exactly,
no?
Mr.
So,
Chair.
kaya makikita ho natin this time in the proposed budget ho, we also increase the budget for repairs and maintenance. Kasi may mga classrooms ho tayo na pwedeng gamitin, hindi lang nagagamit dahil sira siya. No? So, yun po yung ano.
Wala po bang pamamaraan po kahit sa ilalim ng dating NIIP na sa ganitong ka-urgent na emergency situation na hindi lang isa o iilang school buildings ang apektado kundi widespread ang damage or destruction na medyo pwedeng mapabilis? Or Mr. Chair, yung sinabi niyo pong 2 billion pesos kayang sagutin ng in the magnitude of 2 billion pesos yung premium payments ng GSIS. Kung bukod pa po yun dun sa 1 billion pesos na inilipat sa programmed fund, I don't know, pwede po bang i-advance muna yung 1B and then i-cover within 1 year at the latest ng GSIS? Ibig sabihin, ano po yung paraan na kaagad matulungan yung mga school buildings na mag-reconstruct o mag-repair, Mr. Chair?
Actually, Mr. President, Her Honor, kaya ho namin binawasan rin yung amounts from 2 billion to 1 billion kasi parang mas mabilis pa ho pag naglagay tayo ng 1 billion to repair of classrooms. Kasi kung mag-aantay ho tayo ng 1 year plus para makuha yung reimbursement o yung claims, tapos magre-repair pa lang tayo, napakatagal ho. No? So in the meantime, yung classrooms hindi ho nagagamit. So I think we should request for a report sa ating Bureau of Treasury kung magkaroon ng cost-benefit analysis and also a report whether itong binibigay natin sa GSIS in the form of premiums, talagang nakakatulong sa pag-re-repair ng ating mga classrooms. Kasi we need to assess, baka kung 1 year plus ho natin makukuha, napakatagal ho. Napakatagal. No? So, ang need po ng mga bata is immediately.
Ngayon.
Oo, ngayon. So,
kasabihan pa nga, Mr. Chair, di ba? A child cannot wait for tomorrow.
Correct.
His name is today.
correct.
Opo.
Ako, I absolutely agree. So, we'll request for a separate briefing and report on this National Indemnity Insurance Program. Napag-usapan ho namin to during hearing, but
Opo.
we need to drill down pa kung ano ho dapat gawin. Kung effective ba siya or maybe a different package or a different arrangement with GSIS.
All right, Mr. Chair. Magpa-participate din po ako dyan. And
Yeah.
I hope remedial measures can be undertaken para kung mananatili pa rin itong napaka-importanteng function sa GSIS, ay mapabilis nga yung pag-extend niya ng service na ito sa mga eskwelahan na nasa ilalim din naman ng gobyerno natin, Mr. Chairman.
Apparently ho, itong program only started last year. So meron pang mga, sabi sa akin ni National Treasurer, birth pains, meaning nag-a-adjust pa ho yung process. But it's a good concept, but we need to sit down and analyze whether it's worthwhile allocating 2 billion, 1 billion, 2 billion, nang napakatagal naman po makuha yung claims. No?
Yes. Well, I agree, Mr. Chair. Allocating billions or a sufficient amount for the upkeep, repair, reconstruction when necessary of school buildings sa ating natural disaster ridden country, kailangan may paglalagakan talaga siya. And we have to find the best place, kung GSIS man yan or iba man yan, and for them to make a quick response.
Correct. I
Opo.
agree po.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Dako naman po ako sa regional development councils and ang walang kamatayang flood control projects. So maalala natin na itinigil ng Department of Finance ang mahigit kumulang na 70 billion pesos na halaga ng flood control project sa 2025 GAA. So, nagkonsulta po ba ang DBM at saka ang DOF, Mr. Chair, sa DepDev at saka sa Regional Development Councils bago inaprubahan in the first place yung mga proyektong iyon? At ano po yung algorithm naman ng DepDev para mag-conclude na itong proyekto, nag-align nga po siya sa River Basin Master Plans, Mr. Chair?
Unfortunately po, sabi sa akin ho ni Secretary Balisacan na itong flood control hindi ho dumadaan po sa DepDev. No? Dahil po ang kanilang threshold, pag PPP projects, about 15 billion po. So anything below 15 billion, hindi na ho dadaan sa kanila pag PPP. Pagdating naman po sa GAA projects, 5 billion po ang threshold. So anything below that, hindi na ho dumadaan sa kanila. So hindi ho nila nare-review yung mga plano pag mas maliit po yung mga projects na ina-allocate po ng Department of Public Works.
And alam naman po natin, Mr. Chair, yung napag-alaman din po natin kahit sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee investigations, yung notorious practice of so-called splitting projects. Opo, para maging mas mababa, mag-slip under ng threshold na subject na sa vetting ng DepDev or ng ibang
Correct. Sa national expenditure
agencies.
makikita na ho natin doon yung ibang mga projects na na-identify ho natin. No? Isang project lang ho siya pero napuputol siya into many phases. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair. At sa ganung paraan din, hindi lang DepDev ang nalulusutan, pati ibang mga ahensya, halimbawa tulad ng DENR, dahil spinlit ang isang halimbawa, mahabang daan, halimbawa sa isang mountain range, may nadadaan ng mga ecologically sensitive areas dahil bumababa di umano ang financial threshold nila, bumababa din equally yung eyes on the proposal ng iba't ibang mga ahensya. And ngayon kaya nadadagdagan yung pagtingin natin mismo na nagtatrabaho dito sa Senado bukod sa ating mga kababayan kung gaano kahalaga yung eyes particularly ng DepDev at ng mga regional development councils. So kung kung dadaan na yung ganitong mga, kahit yung ganitong mga proyekto sa DepDev at sa mga RDCs, ano yung meron na bang or ano yung maaring buwing algorithm ng DepDev para sabihin, okay, binet namin itong proposed project against yung, halimbawa, River Basin Master Plan and check, it will qualify, Mr. Chair.
Doon po sa mga pagdinig ho natin, nasabi ho ni Secretary Dizon na by 2027 ho, sisiguraduhin niya na maayos na ang proposals ng Department of Agriculture, Department of Public Works.
Balita yun, Mr. Chair.
No, malayo, ang layo. Oo. So,
2027,
kailangan, inaayos ho nila, first of all, yung mga policies nila on local government coordination. Dapat ho, may totoong shovel ready na. Ibig sabihin, may plano, may feasibility study. At inaayos na rin ho nila yung master plan for this project. So makakaasa ho tayo, pagbigay ho nila ng budget for 2027, marami na pong reforma pagdating po sa propose ng project. And alam ko ho, ang DepDev and ano ho rin sila, pinag-aaralan na rin nila ngayon yung mga master plans ng mga river basins ho natin. So kasama ho sila doon ho sa pag-aaral ho nitong mga river basins ho natin. Yung master plan po.
And I'm sure, Mr. Chair, and I hope, kasama doon yung DNR kasi sinasabi din nila na hindi lang infrastructure-based solutions ang kailangan natin, dapat kasama at minsan, no, depende sa proyekto, nature-based ang solutions sa pagbabaha dito po sa ating bansa, Mr. Chair.
Actually, marami hong revelations nangyari dito sa flood control. Narinig ko, sinabi rin ni Secretary Dizon, marami sa mga flood control ni plano wala no? So kung plano wala, definitely yung master plan wala rin, no? So marami dito parang patse-patse po yung mga projects pero hindi alam kung talagang makakatulong o hindi. So ito po yung kinokorek ngayon ng DepDev, DNR as well as DPWH, no?
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Kasi yung sinabi niyong ganyang mga proyekto, walang engineering plan, may financial plan lang. Kaya po nagbunga ng hindi ng flood control kundi ng corruption at yung mga pagdurusang dinadaanan ng mga kababayan natin ngayon.
Mr. President, if I may interject.
Yes,
with the permission
Mr.
of,
President, Senator Estrada.
I think the presiding officer is busy.
Senator Estrada is recognized.
Thank you. Just only one question. Your Honor, kung magkakaroon ba ng partisipasyon ang Regional Development Council dito sa mga flood control projects, magkakaroon ba tayo ng mga ghost projects?
Kung tinitignan ho namin, yung batting average ng Regional Development Council, less than 30% lang po or around 30% ang projects na na-approve ng Regional Council na napopondohan ng GAA. So ang ibig sabihin ho dyan, kahit na ho nag-usap-usap yung mga LGUs, hindi ho napopondohan yung kanilang mga projects. But in a perfect world, sana ho ganun. No, dahil ang Regional Development Council, kasama doon ang LGUs, DPWH, DNR, lahat ng mga regional agencies nandoon ho. So doon sila dapat nag-uusap-usap kung ano po yung magandang project sa kanila.
Nung umpisa pa lang, nung maraming mga amendments sa mga kongresista, mga senador, mga flood control projects, dapat pala nagkaroon ng partisipasyon ang Regional Development Councils para hindi na tayo nagkakaroon ng ganitong klaseng problema. Dahil sino ba ang mga mastermind ng mga ghost projects? Di ba yung mga engineers dyan sa mga DPWH? Hindi naman mga senador, hindi naman mga congressman
Tama ho. Kailangan ho talaga, mas maganda ho talaga dumadaan sa Regional Development Council. Kahit na ho yung meron ko, kasi alam niyo naman, bilang dating mayor, meron tayong mga City Development Council, Provincial Development Council, kahit man lang dumaan doon para at least vetted and coordinated yung project.
Kasi sa pagkakalam ko, I'm sorry, Senator Risa, yung mga mayors na napaglaanan ng pondo ng mga flood control projects, hindi nila alam na meron silang mga flood control projects sa sarili nilang bayan. Am I correct? Di dapat alam, dapat naabisuhan yung mga local government units na meron silang ganitong klaseng flood control projects. Parang sa Quezon City na rinig ko na si Mayor Joy Belmonte hindi niya alam na mayroong ganitong klaseng project na flood control project sa kanyang kinasasakupan. Dapat talaga na bilang isang mayor o bilang isang governor o bilang isang local chief executive, alam nila kung ano nangyayari sa sarili lang bayan o sarili lang probinsya. Hindi yung nabubulagaan na lang sila. Oh, bakit meron palang flood control project dito? Hindi namin alam. Pala, ghost project na pala.
Tama ho, I agree with you, Senator Jinggoy. Lumabas yan sa marami nating pagdinig dito sa Senado. Katulad po yung sa Oriental Mindoro na billions yung project sa hometown ng governor pero hindi rin alam ng governor. No? So, hindi na co-coordinate po sa local government units itong mga project na ito. So, dapat po talaga ma-coordinate kasi at the end of the day, ang local government units ang sumasagot kung may problema doon sa lugar. Kung mayroong baha, kung mayroong ine-evacuate, sila ho ang sumasagot. No?
Dito ba sa 2026 budget, mayroong mga flood control projects?
Zero. Wala ho.
Zero.
Zero ho. Walang flood control.
Mabuti naman. Thank you very much, Senator Risa.
Very welcome, Mr. President and Senator Estrada. Sa DepDev pa rin po, Mr. Chair, tumitingin na po ba sila sa mga alternative ways para i-address yung flood damage? Halimbawa, pagbibigay daan sa ilog na dumaloy, sa halip na labanan ito o i-constrict ito o kaya pagpapalaki ng water retention capacities ng mga upstream swamps. Ang DepDev ba nagko-consider na rin ng mandatory insurance coverage against flood risks, Mr. Chair?
Doon po sa River Basin Master Plan, yan po ang plano ng DepDev this coming New Year na talaga hong maglabas na ng mga master plans. Sila na hong mag-spearhead per river basin so that itong master plan po ang susundan insofar as flood control projects are concerned. No? So, malaking endeavor ho yan, pero I believe na umpisa na yan in the past administrations. Kailangan lang po ma-update. So yun po yung isa sa mga malaking aktibidad nila this coming New Year. Insofar as the insurance po, wala hong ganun na project po ang DepDev. I think pwedeng tignan yan ng DepDev. Tignan ho nila kung how we can inject an insurance coverage dun po sa mga flood-prone areas or affected areas by mga ganitong climate change.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Or baka pwede rin nilang pag-aralan, pagtulungan ito dun sa binanggit nyo kaninang review ng GSIS, NIIP, or iba pang pwedeng bahay ng insurance para naman dun sa school buildings. Kasi lahat naman affected nitong mga disaster cost na mga pagbabaha. And I hope as far as yung New Year's plan ng DepDev na talagang i-champion yung River Basin Master Plans, I presume and I hope na katrabaho nila doon yung DENR na matagal na rin. Yun na nga po, may sinusulong na mga nature-based solutions and master plans to if not completely prevent, at least i-mitigate yung epekto, masasamang epekto ng mga natural disasters na ito.
Wake-up call ho talaga itong nangyari ho sa
Sobra
atin
po.
at dapat umpisahan ho natin to sa pagpaplano dahil kung wala hong plano talagang papatsi-patsi lang po yung project at hindi ho nakikita yung solusyon. No? So yan po naman ang plano ng DepDev.
At yun naman po yung traditional na kumbaga core competency niya, core business niya sa buong gobyerno. No? Gumagabay, palagay ko sa lahat ng opisina sa executive na ayusin yung buong development process mula pagpaplano hanggang sa evaluation at pagpaplano muli cyclically, Mr. Chair.
Sabi ho sa akin ni Secretary Balisacan na part of the charter of the DepDev is master planning. No? So linagay ho sa batas talaga na mandato na nila ngayon na tulungan yung iba't ibang agency o mag-spearhead pagdating ho sa master plans.
Exactly, Mr. Chair. Salamat po para doon. Huling tanong ko po sa round na to tungkol sa veto recommendation ng DepDev pa rin. Sa pagtatayo po ng bagong Department of Economy, Planning and Development, pinaglaban natin ang kapangyarihan ng DepDev na magrekomenda sa Presidente kung may aalisin na mga proyektong di sang-ayon sa mga national priorities. And ngayon, syempre, nakatingin tayo dun sa yung Philippine Development Plan, ambisyon 2030, 2040. So, sa kasalukuyang budget ng DepDev, sapat na ba ang pondo at staffing para palakasin ang teknikal na kapasidad ng Regional Development Councils na makapagrekomenda ng pag-veto sa mga hindi kinakailangang or makasasama pang ang mga proyekto, Mr. Chair?
Actually, admittedly ho, kulang pa sa manpower and capability and DepDev pagdating ho sa monitoring and evaluation ng mga projects. Kasi part ng mandato ho nila, kung napondohan natin, nagmo-monitor at nag-evaluate rin sila dun sa mga projects, lalo na yung mga malalaking pong projects. So admittedly, kulang ho sila sa manpower and capability per region. Yun naman po ang dinidevelop nila over time.
Okay. Very well noted, Mr. Chair. Magsususpend muna ako, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
very much,
May ilang
Senator
huling
Risa.
tanong na lang ako sa susunod kong round. Pagkatapos may mag-take turns din po yung ibang mga colleagues natin.
Maraming
Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Antiveros, Majority Leader. Senator Lauren Legardas, I believe, is next to interpellate. Senator Legardas, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to commend the chair who has been so diligent in attending all the subcommittee meetings as well. And I am grateful to have been by his side in most times where I chaired the committee or even those that I don't chair. And so these questions are those perhaps that were not fully clarified during the DBCC or during our respective hearings to help clarify in our minds. And second, to improve the budget further because we know it's still a long process till the second week of December. Having said that, Mr. President, may I start with the National Expenditure Program as submitted by the President that was used as the basis of our budget hearings because at that time the GAB was not yet transmitted to the Senate. This was used by the Committee on Finance. And eventually, of course, the GAB was transmitted to the Senate. And in my understanding, the basis of the Committee on Finance report, as we have it, would have been the NEP. Let us clarify that. I mean, at least our hearings, where we ask the questions of the committees and the agencies. So from the DBCC to the individual agencies, the House General Appropriations Bill was not yet transmitted, but then the committee report of the Senate, in my understanding, we used the NEP or did not follow the GAB insofar as the realignments of the DPWH. Let me just clarify what I mean. Because during the budget hearing of the DPWH, we were informed that the budget of that agency, upon its own recommendation, was pruned from 880 billion to 624.48 billion, or a reduction of 255.5 billion. So to have a total picture of the House GAB and for transparency, before we proceed to deliberate on the budget of each agency, may this representation, Mr. President, try to understand. Since the programmed new appropriations under the NEP that was submitted and the GAB that was transmitted to the Senate by the House carries the same amount of 4.4, more or less, trillion, can we say that the cuts in the DPWH budget were realigned to other agencies, programs, activities, departments, and funds. Kindly inform the Senate which agencies, departments, or funds were augmented from the DPWH cut of 255.5 billion and for what purpose? And may we know the recommendations of the Committee on Finance on the said increases? That's so that we understand it, because people ask us, it was cut there, there was a recommendation, a list in the House GAB, the Senate is adopting the House GAB, or do we have another recommendation for the cut of 255? I stop there, but will pursue that after I hear the response of the chair. Thank you, Mr.
Let
President.
me just clarify. The question is, what happened to the
255.
Cut, the 255?
We actually talked about this in
Yes.
private, Mr. Chair. Bear with me. I just wanted to be transparent.
Correct.
Yes, pero pinag-usapan na natin
Tama
yan.
po.
And I think I mentioned to you that I will ask this. Thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Chair.
The NEP was cut by 255 billion to be exact, by the House of Representatives, and it was reflected in the General Appropriations Bill. And the 255 was distributed in various departments in terms of increases. And they also have several decreases within the agencies. So in short, in 255 po, the 255 was spread to various agencies in the form of increases.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President. Even some of our colleagues would be asking us in the process, saan napunta yung 255? Perhaps it would be best to put into the record, because from here up to the BICAM, it would change again. And I think we owe it to everyone to say where the 255 billion that was cut from that agency, where was it actually placed? I think we have a list of that. Thank
Mr.
you.
President, the good thing about this budget cycle is everything is uploaded. So
Yes.
the NEP is already available in the website of the DBM. The GAB is already available in the website of both the House and the Senate. And then our very own committee report is also available in the website. So you can now see the movements between the NEP, the GAB, and also the Senate committee report. There are a lot of changes in the GAB, but for example, I'll just cite some examples. This is in the GAB. The Department of Agriculture increased by 28 billion. The Department of Education increased by 39 billion. The increase. Neto, yeah. Increase, yeah. The Department of Health increased by 31 billion. So these are the large amounts. The Department of Labor increased by 13 billion. So marami ho siya, no? We're talking about DSWD increased by 36 billion. These are the bigger changes in the GAB, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. I would like to clarify whether these items that you mentioned came from the cut from the flood control of the DPWH.
Yes, it came from
Yes.
that. That's the primary source, Mr. President.
Yes.
But in between, they have also cuts in the departments, Mr. President. But the primary source is that cut, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. And what you put into the record are the realignments done from the flood control cut in the HGAB, or is the Senate version? Because did we take into consideration the realignments of the 255 from the DPWH cut, or is this the House list or the Senate list of where we put the 255? Just for clarity.
Just to add, another big change from the 255 is the PhilHealth subsidy to a tune about 60 billion, Mr. President. So those are the big, the changes I mentioned are the big ticket items that were taken from the 255, Mr. President.
The good chair, Mr. President, is referring to the list in the House GAB.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes.
Correct.
So that it's clear.
Yes.
The 255 was placed among others, but if you total that, it's not yet 255, but that's some of the items mentioned.
The big ticket
by Your
items,
Honor.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Okay. So this 255 cut of DPWH, and I commend the chair for finding double items and those without coordinates. If I'm not mistaken, you found an additional 55 billion cut by the committee, and the realignment to DepEd for school buildings, for state universities and colleges, and for the OTR. May we know now how much is the infrastructure budget for 2026, which was pegged at 1.55 trillion in the NEP? What I'm asking is, if it was 1.55 trillion in the NEP, having realigned some infrastructure to other, perhaps soft, perhaps also infrastructure, is the Senate committee report also aligned with the infrastructure level in the NEP, Mr. President, or is it lower than?
Mr. President, in our computation, the infrastructure spending is about 1.4 trillion pesos, Mr. President. It was down from about 1.5 trillion pesos, Mr. President.
Thank you for that information, Mr. President. So just so that it's clear, in the NEP, it was 1.55 trillion, and in the Senate committee report, it is down to 1.4 trillion.
Mr. President.
Yes. Thank you for that information. May we know now, Mr. President, what are the measures, interventions that the economic team, the executive department will adopt to ensure that the GDP target growth of 5.5 to 6.5 as originally conveyed in our DBCC will be achieved, if at all? We realize and we know that they've tried to scale it down. We must find out, it's very challenging, almost near to impossible, that we must grow 7% in the fourth quarter to achieve the 5.5% growth rate, which was originally targeted by the end of the year. So may we just come to reality and try to understand in this last quarter what growth are we targeting and what do we need? Because if we are to recall our projections for 2025, we had projected a growth rate of 5.5. That means in this fourth quarter, because of the lag of the previous quarters, we'd have to grow 7%, which is, I think, very unrealistic and near to impossible. Yes.
I agree, Mr. President. I think hitting 6%, even 6% for the last quarter, it's impossible already, Mr. President. To date, for the first three quarters, we grew at around 5%. and we're looking at hitting 5.5%, no, by end of the year. No, so, but it's really a challenge right now, Mr. President, because of the weather conditions and also what happened in Visayas, also what the various natural disasters that we experienced, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And
And
therefore,
also the flood control controversy, Mr. President. That's also another factor that is affecting our economy, Mr.
yes.
President.
Having said that, Mr. President, thank you for your candor and your honesty. May we know what the executive department is doing, the economic team, as interventions and measures to be able to grow our economy, although we know that the 7% is unachievable?
Mr. President, Secretary Recto mentioned that they're spending as programmed this year. And of course, they're doing catch-up programs also to spend as fast as they can before the end of the year, because government spending is one of the big contributors to our economy, Mr. President.
Yes, may we know what kind of government spending? Is it spending on infrastructure, and what kind of infrastructure, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, infrastructure is definitely what's in the budget or the GA right now. They're aim to spend it as fast as they can in the next 2 months. So infrastructures, repair, rehabilitation, classrooms, everything in the GAA, Mr. President. So at the same time, they're also ramping up spending on the other programs in the government. So meaning, Mr. President, they will drive the economic growth through efficient spending of resources in the last 2 months of the year, Mr. President. And of course, the biggest move will be regaining confidence to governance. So Secretary Recto is very clear that by the end of the year, people will be put in jail because of the issue, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I was once in your seat for 5 years, and I would always, of course, try to say that, yes, more school buildings are being built. Yes, DOTR is building the regional airports. Yes, they're building more roads and bridges. But really, Mr. President, we know the truth. And everyone who sits in this room know the truth that the slowness, I can't find, yung kabagalan po ng sistema ay talagang nandyan. So, I accept your answer because I would have answered the same if I were defending the budget. And our colleagues beside you in the executive would say the same. But when we speak to each other at the back, I see Senator Recto nodding, he would say, ang bagal talaga. I don't have to put into the record our frustration in our committee hearings. Senator Bam, in his frustration, saw how slow, almost nil, was the construction of classrooms. We know how probably frustrated the DBM secretary is because they thought by ramping up infrastructure spending, it would lead to a greater robust economy, but it did not happen. So may we know how are we supposed to believe your answer, Mr. President, which I would have said myself?
That's an excellent question, Mr. President.
Yes.
In fact, when we were consolidating the budget, we were surprised that, for example, HFEP, yung Health Facilities and Enhancement Fund, we were surprised that to date, zero pa ho ang na-allocate doon sa pondo na about 40?
Tama po kayo.
About
Yun po
14
ang ibig
billion,
kong sabihin na gusto kong
Mr.
marinig.
President. In terms of classroom, 22 pa lang ang nako-construct. In terms of health facilities, zero pa ho ang nako-construct. And end of the year na ho ngayon. No? So it's really, the spending is very dismal. And one of the things that we notice, alam niyo ho to, Mr. President, Senator Lauren, is all the construction are centralized to DPWH. No? Naka-centralize ho yan sa DPWH. So, yung transfer lang ho ng pondo, the transfer from DepEd to DPWH already takes about 6 to 8 months. the transfer of funds from DOH all the way to DPWH also takes 6 to 8 months. So in this budget, we are liberalizing the construction of those facilities. I'll give you an example. In DepEd, we introduced a special provision wherein DepEd can now tap the private sector, the LGUs doing counterpart. They can also do PPPs to construct classrooms. The same with HFEP. The DOH can download funds to the LGU so that the LGUs can also construct. Yung TCAS naman, yung mga construction ng mga kampo ho natin, we gave it back to the Department of the DND, the Department of National Defense, so that they can do the construction on their own. So it's not centralized anymore. We liberalized the construction so that everyone can construct all at the same time.
Yes. Thank you for that answer, and appreciate the chair's intervention in the implementation of the budget, which will be contained in the GAA of 2026. However, my question earlier was, how are we going to increase spending and reach the highest possible growth rate para makahabol po sa susunod na kulang-kulang na 2 buwan na lang kung ang bagal nga ng pagpatupad ng mga proyekto sa lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno. And I don't say this just for this year or last year or this administration. It's been like this for decades, Mr. President. Ang bagal-bagal ng whether it's education or health or infrastructure in DPWH, it's dismally low. So what kind of measures, interventions is the executive economic team doing to utilize the resources efficiently and effectively, Mr. Chair?
Another intervention, Mr. President, that ano nito, no? Nagawa na?
Ito, sir, nasa kanila na yung
Yeah.
pera. So, kailangan maubos nila.
Yeah. So the DBM already downloaded 1.3 trillion pesos to various agencies. So in other words, nasa agencies na ho yung pera, no, for the last quarter. So it's really, in other words, there's no more time lag insofar as documentation is concerned, because the money is now in the hands of the agencies, and the agencies' job now for the next 2 months is to spend, no, spend.
Wisely.
Yung paggagawin nila.
Yes.
Wisely, of course. No?
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Perhaps what we could do, which is part of your job as chair, is to not just wait for 1 year, perhaps at the very least a quarterly oversight on the spending and implementation, obligation disbursement, and actual oversight on the agencies lodged with the biggest allocations for infrastructure. So we see how the local economy is benefiting, if at all.
It's an excellent suggestion,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that the oversight should not be limited or should not come at the end of the year. No, we can do it on a quarterly basis. So we'll
Even
practice
monthly.
that.
I will join you with monthly oversight.
Yeah.
Enero, ito. At kasasabihin po nila, wala pa. Hindi sa wala pa. Na-release na nga ng DBM ng last quarter. So ang gagamitin nila sa Enero, yung na-release ng 2025. So dapat ginagalaw na. So you can actually do monthly so that the agencies are on their toes.
Mr. President, we'll take that suggestion, and we'll take the excellent suggestion to heart, and next year we'll implement that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, as we ourselves know, the government target, the projection of 5.5 to 6.5% projected GDP for this year, 2025, will not happen. May I know how the projected revenue collections and the fiscal deficit for 2025 will be affected? Because based on the 2025 BESF, when we started this year and during our DBCC, it was said that, and it's very clear, that 1% increase in our GDP will translate into 34.1 billion in additional revenues. Does it therefore mean a decrease in GDP will also translate into a lower revenue collection because of the non-meeting this target? So in short, dahil hindi po umakyat yung GDP, yung ating additional revenues wala, syempre apektado ang ating revenue collection. So ano na po ang ating projected revenue? Ano na po ang ating projected fiscal deficit? Thank you.
Admittedly, Mr. President, that whenever our growth goes down, our revenue collection also goes down. And admittedly, Secretary Recto mentioned also that revenue will go down because of the slowdown in our economic growth. However, because of their wise fiscal management, deficit will still be maintained at 5.5% of our GDP, Mr. President. So in other words, they'll be doing some really very wise and prudent cash management, Mr. President, in order to maintain our deficit.
We thank you for that, Mr. President.
As targeted, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now, again, this was discussed in the DBCC. I'd like to bring it to plenary as well in light of the targets that we have stated. I'd just like to put into context my question. The government continues to highlight the target of spending. Again, correct me please, the economic team members are here, they're experts. Correct me if my numbers are inaccurate, but this is what I gathered from our DBCC. The target of spending 5.6% of GDP on infrastructure as a driver of economic growth, in line with international evidence or standards, including World Bank studies, showing that public investment can generate medium-term multipliers of around 1.5 when the projects, of course, are well selected and if they're efficiently implemented. There are growing questions about whether current spending levels truly translate into effective and high-quality infrastructure, given all the issues that we are also aware of, and the leakage, systems loss, corruption, and the slowness, everything put into the picture. Taken together, these raise concerns that the reported 5% of GDP may overstate the real value of infrastructure actually benefiting the public, especially if a portion of the budget does not result in durable, well-built, or efficiently delivered projects. Sa madaling salita po, kung sinasabi po ng gobyerno na gumagastos tayo ng 5% ng GDP sa ating infrastruktura, ang tanong, lahat ba po ng pisong yan ay tunay na napupunta sa matinong kalsada, tulay at mga proyekto? Dahil ayon po sa World Bank, bawat piso ng maayos na infrastruktura ay pwedeng mag-generate sana po ng 1.50 pesos na dagdag na kita o paglago. Gusto ko pong maintindihan ang ating koneksyon ng ating paggastos at ang epekto sa domestic economy.
Actually, if the flood control issue did not happen, we were on track to spend at the very least 5% of our GDP to infrastructure, and that has been the plan of government even during the prior administration, to maintain it at 5% at the very least or more. But because of the flood control issue and the reduction in the flood control budget, we would only hit 4.7% of GDP for 2026. So as much as possible, we diverted some of the flood control projects to infrastructure projects. For example, the suggestion of Senator J.V. Ejercito to put it in airports, put it in seaports, we adopted that so that it forms part of infrastructure spending. We also increase spending in classrooms and also in the repair of classrooms. So we tried as much as we can, to divert some of the funds to infrastructure spending as well. But admittedly, because of the sheer amount of 250 billion, it was quite difficult to cascade it to other infrastructure projects. But definitely, this is only a short-term aberration, only for 2026. Once the DepDev has organized their activity in master planning, the DPWH reforms their process, we will revert back to minimum of 5% GDP in infrastructure spending in the following year.
Thank you for that, and we look forward to that happening. And I'd like to know, Mr. President, I'm sure because of these revelations in the past months, there have been reforms already. There are already safeguards in place, such as strengthened project preparation, independent technical evaluations, improved contractor monitoring, and a more strategic approach to flood control prioritization. Although, as you say, in 2026, there is not a single flood control project. Although, to be fair, flood control is part of climate adaptation.
Just
But
to
for
qualify,
foreign-assisted
meron tayong
projects.
foreign assisted.
Yes.
These are ongoing projects. So just to qualify that.
Yes, for foreign assisted ongoing
assisted.
projects.
Yeah.
Understood. So may this representation and the body be enlightened on reforms and safeguards that are being implemented to ensure that infrastructure spending is not only higher in quantity, itong porsyento, itong malaking bilyon, but more so aligned with the high standards of quality, durability, and value for money, and as you yourself mentioned, like the foreign-assisted projects. And my second question to follow that up is, who implements the foreign-assisted projects? Sinasubcon rin yan sa mga Pilipino eh. But why are they supposedly more durable, never ghost, and hopefully not substandard? So those are my two questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, well, Mr. President, this is based on my personal experience. When I was a mayor, I remember JICA implemented several projects along Kamanava. And I noticed that a lot of their master planning, detailed engineering, even monitoring are all come from the funder, no? In this case, the Japanese. And they're very strict in terms of quality and standards. Of course, the actual construction will come from the Philippines, construction companies coming from the Philippines. The engineers that they partner with are also Filipinos. But in the selection of those construction companies and engineers are very strict. They really have a high standard of selecting local partners. So in other words, Mr. President, talagang very, very strict po pag foreign-assisted projects ang ini-implement dito sa bansa ho natin. Dahil yung standard nila, ang sinusunod ay Japanese standards.
Yes.
No? So that's why if we see the flood control projects funded by JICA along Pasig River, talagang makikita natin parang Japanese quality po yung ini-implement nila. No? So, but of course, these are loans. These are ODA loans coming from different countries, and ODA loans are also very limited, Mr. President. Hindi natin, we also manage the ODA loans that we contract with different countries because they're still loans. Utang pa rin yan eh. So we need to manage that, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may, with the permission of Senator Legarda.
And Mr. President, before we recognize Senator Zubiri, let me congratulate our good majority leader for being one of the recognized individuals in strengthening the Japanese and Philippine relationship. He was recently conferred with a recognition that is really a very unique and a big honor to our country.
I join you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, in recognizing, appreciating the contributions of our esteemed former Senate President and Majority Leader, and he was granted and bequeathed the highest honor of the Japan government by the Emperor himself, the Order of the Rising Sun.
Grand Cordon Order of the Rising Sun, who was previously awarded to only 3 other senators, Senator Edgardo Angara, Senator Frank Drilon, and Senator Manny Villar. So I'm in great company. But thank you. With the permission of the gentlemen and ladies, I just also want to add that Cagayan de Oro, we suffered, and I'm sure Saknina is my neighbor in Marawi, and their families from northern Mindanao as well. We were hit by Typhoon Sendong in 2011. I remember because I had just resigned from the Senate at the time, and shortly after those Typhoon Sendong, we lost 1,000 lives. 1,000 people died there. As a matter of fact, it was so bad that it shook the foundation of all the decent people of northern Mindanao to act. Unfortunately, that rainfall came from Bukidnon because we are the highest area in the Mindanao, and we actually contribute to the water, the floodplains of South Cotabato, Maguindanao, Cotabato City, as well as Iligan and Cagayan de Oro. What we finally did was to come up with a river basin plan done by JICA. JICA, the Japan, of course, aid agency, came out with the plan. It was executed. At the time, it was executed by Mayor Oca Moreno, who's a good friend of ours, very decent mayor of Cagayan de Oro. And now it is a model because what they did was it's a mega dike, but with highways on top, parks, well made. It was JICA funded also. And JICA was really on top of everything. And so now, if you look at the area, there's a no-build zone. All the areas within the dike area are no-build. You do not see a single house there. And it's being implemented by the LGUs, subsequent LGUs that followed. And because of that, we've not had, knock on wood, we've not had an episode in Cagayan de Oro. So if it's done properly, one time, big time, done properly, coordinated properly, monitored properly, it can be done. And it's actually featured in many vloggers, and they do a lot of drone shots, and they really see the Cagayan de Oro flood control basin. I would suggest that the departments take a look at that because it's really a success story. And it was done through JICA and implemented with JICA's help and monitoring. I'm saying this not because I am pro-Japan. I just got the highest award, but I'm saying this because it works if done properly. Iligan as well. We did that also for Iligan. So that's what we need to do. I think we need to master plan and follow through with the master plan. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Madam,
Majority Leader, for that
Warren.
intervention. It's really, most of the funders will follow their own country standards.
Yeah.
If it's Japanese standard, Korean standard. And part of their activity is to make sure that the quality is of high standard.
I think the idea there, Mr. President, with the permission again of the two, is that hindi pacha-pacha. When I had a talk one time with Secretary Bonoan, he told me, problema, Migs, yung pondo, hinahati-hati ng mga congressmen or gusto nila dito ilagay. Tapos sa kabilang district, dito ilagay. So nagkakabutas. In what happened in the JICA project, from beginning to end, where the water from the downstream and upstream, talagang walang butas. It was a master plan that was followed through. It was not chop-chop. So I guess if there is budget for flood control next year or the succeeding years, it should be followed through with a master plan that will be done properly, Mr. Chairman. Being the chairman, I think you will also be monitoring this every year for the funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having said that, so we see successful infrastructure programs if they are foreign funded because the foreign funded organizations or countries have very efficient oversight and actually bid it out to some Filipino companies perhaps. Why don't we do that, Mr. President, with all infrastructure programs in the Philippines? why don't we use the same procedure, similar use of organizations, contractors, suppliers, procurement processes, the same program management, oversight being done by foreign assisted projects? What kind of interventions can we do for this, for next year's budget, so that each and every peso spent will be spent as if it was from a foreign assisted project? Paano po? Kasi nagaganap naman sa Pilipinas ng maayos kung gugustuhin po.
I think that's the plan of Secretary Dizon this coming New Year's, to make sure that the implementation of projects is also almost as similar as foreign assisted projects in terms of planning, doing the detailed engineering, execution, as well as monitoring, all the way to operationalization of the project, Mr. President. So, narinig ko yan po yung kanyang plano. And when the DPWH budget comes in, we can also scrutinize or ask him about his plans on reforming the process.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. President. I join you in anticipating the implementation of projects the way others can do it efficiently. May I quote, Mr. President, statements this representation has made way back. Magsimula po tayo noong October 12, 2016, noong International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction. May I quote myself? We must invest in disaster risk reduction. It has been estimated that the economic impact of disaster will be reduced by $7 for every dollar spent for DRR. May I read again the Agos Summit on Disaster Preparedness, where I was keynote on July 8, 2017. For every $1 invested in disaster risk reduction, you can save up to $7 in losses. Those were my statements, not made from my imagination, but from United Nations Global Risk Indices. May I also quote, please? Investment in disaster risk reduction generally represents a large saving in terms of avoided losses and reconstruction costs, with cost-benefit ratios ranging from 3:1 to 15:1, or higher in some cases, according to a study published way back in 2015 in the UNDRR's Global Assessment Report on Disaster Risk Reduction. Also, the World Meteorological Organization, or WMO, both the UNDRR and WMO are Geneva-based organizations, believes that $1 invested in prevention could save $7 in recovery. Having said that, Mr. President, may I know, in the way this 2026 NEP was crafted, may I be enlightened, educated, may I feel how the 2015 UNDRR and WMO reports, which are data-driven and science-based, utilized to come up with the National Expenditure Program, which we are studying and contemplating on now. How did we mainstream disaster risk reduction and anticipating disaster losses na nakakatipid po tayo ng $7 sa bawat isang dolyares na ating ini-invest in DRR? If this was not used, I would appreciate an honest answer. If it was used, I want to understand how it was used by the economic team. Oh, ano susunod? Ito. Huwag na to. Ito. Ito.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that question from Senator Lauren. For the 2026 NEP, the budget for adaptation is about 844 million pesos, and the budget for climate mitigation is about 139 million. Ano to? Sorry, Mr. President, I didn't see the legend. Let me just repeat. For 2026 NEP, the budget for adaptation is 844 billion pesos. For mitigation is about 139 billion pesos. So the total is about 983 billion pesos for both adaptation and mitigation, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. When you compute the 844 billion for adaptation, this is only a small percentage of the trillions of pesos budget. May I be enlightened, Mr. President, on what are examples of the 844 billion climate adaptation projects and whether it is mainstreamed in government agencies, especially the infrastructure agencies? And may I be enlightened as well how the economic team mainstreams DRR and CCAM in planning for the succeeding fiscal years?
Well, Mr. President, just an initial answer. The adaptation and mitigation have several priorities. For example, food security, water sufficiency, ecosystem and environmental stability, human security, climate smart industries and services, sustainable energy, knowledge and capacity development, and cross-cutting priorities, Mr. President. But we'll get some concrete examples.
I would be happy to put into the record concrete examples, Mr. President. And if I may, I know I sound like a broken record. I've always said this for more than 20 years. We do not allocate an amount for climate adaptation and mitigation or disaster risk reduction. The whole budget must be a climate adaptive budget. The whole budget must work towards reducing disaster loss, whether it is in infrastructure or it is in projects that are non-infra but would lead to education. Since I started helping the budget, if I may, just bear with me please, in 2013, it's always been said, oh, we allocated this amount for climate change. Oh, we did this for DRR. You work in silos. That is not how it should be, Mr. President. It must be mainstreamed in the way we think, we act, we brief, in the way we build, in the way we educate, in the way we do rainwater collectors, in the way we build infrastructure, in the way we build bridges, in the way we build dams, in the way we release water from dams, from dam release protocols to the use of Doppler radars to constructing flood control, dikes, and revetments and infrastructure. It is my sincere desire that the whole budget would focus into CCAM DRR. And this is nothing new, Mr. President. We've been talking about this for 20 years. And I am just somehow sometimes frustrated that in every administration, we always have to put ceilings on adaptation, mitigation, and DRR when it should already be mainstreamed in every government department. Again, not your fault. Again, not the fault of this admin. I've been speaking this way for more than 20 years in this chamber, and I wish we could have a budget that has the template for CCAM because, as I said, for every dollar invested in DRR, we have $7 of recovery that we would not have spent because we did it right at first sight. I would be happy to hear a response from the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that question. I think I joined Senator Lauren during the budget hearing of the Climate Change Commission, and we can task the Climate Change Commission to spearhead a program or a mechanism wherein climate change adaptation and mitigation should be mainstream and embedded in the activities of the different agencies. Come up with the guidelines, come up with some form of template. So in the formulation of their budget, they will already take into consideration climate change mitigation and adaptation in their different PAPs, program activities and projects, Mr. President. So we can, my suggestion is we can mobilize the CCC to do so, Mr. President.
It's a small agency. Perhaps
Ano lang, mga template lang, Mr.
you're
President?
correct. Even the DNR can
Yes,
help.
or the DNR,
Hopefully,
yes.
Because the DA also has their climate change offices. All these agencies have their little bureaus or programs relating to CCAM because it's nothing new. We've been doing this for 20 years.
Correct. We'll
Yes.
request from the economic managers concrete examples on climate change mitigation and adaptation, considering that close to about $1 trillion pesos actually have been allocated to climate change adaptation and mitigation projects.
Yes. I know that the chair may not be able to read into the record the big ticket items in the 844 billion, but I would be happy to receive from the agencies of government or NEDA or even the LBRMO what are the big ticket items in the 844B that relates or that addresses the issues on climate change adaptation and mitigation.
The DBM will submit to the committee and to your office, to her Honor's office, the breakdown of this climate change adaptation budget of 844 billion, Mr. President. There are components, but concrete examples and also concrete projects.
Yes. Because we can easily say food security. Madali pong pakinggan
Correct,
at magandang pakinggan, pero saan talaga napupunta? Then we could say climate adaptation. And when we look at the fine print, it would be flood control. But what kind of flood control? It should be nature-based, let's say enhancement of mangroves instead of cement. It could be green and not gray. Yeah. Having said that, I would like to go into governance and corruption and macroeconomic impact. So, again, during the DBCC, Mr. President, the medium-term projections, it was said, depend on executing the 1.324 trillion in capital outlays. Again, I would be happy to be corrected if the figures are not accurate. So based on the DBCC, the medium-term projections depend on executing the 1.3 trillion in capital outlays annually and rely on achieving a 5 trillion in revenue collections. Yet governance failures directly constrain project execution and deter investor participation. We all know that and sadly admit it. May this representation be educated? What are the formal mechanisms by which the DBCC, the economic team, will integrate corruption risk metrics and procurement transparency indices into the medium-term fiscal framework and the fiscal forecasts? Should the 2026 budget include perhaps a dedicated allocation, perhaps, I don't know, 5 billion for a substantially enhanced independent audit mechanism as a safeguard against ongoing governance scandals and project failures. I just want to understand what is the game changer that will ensure that we will reach our targets and not speak 1 year from now of the same governance failures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, for one, during the budget of the DPWH, we also talked about how to prevent the same issue from happening this coming 2026. And one of the things that we included in the 2026 Senate Committee report is a fund of 2.4 billion pesos for pre-audit, Mr. President, of all DPWH projects. This was recommended by the COA, the Commission on Audit, and at the same time, the DPWH accepted this proposal during that hearing where you were there, Mr. President. So we carved out 2.4 billion to fund COA's pre-audit activities in DPWH. At the same time, DPWH will be using modern technology to make sure that ghost projects will not happen again. So they will use satellite technology that can pinpoint exactly where the projects are, technologies that can be used to validate the projects that are being implemented. So the use of technology will be a key reform that the DPWH will be doing this coming new year, Mr. President.
We can also use the following provisions under the new Procurement Act.
Secretary Pangandaman mentioned to me that under the new Procurement Act, there is an enhanced transparency and accountability mechanism, Mr. President. This is one will be the open data contracting that will ensure open access to procurement processes and contract implementation. The other one is participatory procurement. Empowers observers and civil society organizations in independent oversight and monitoring rules, and beneficial ownership disclosure. Mandates declaration of beneficial owners to detect conflict of interest and prevent circumvention of blacklisting, Mr. President. Those are the mechanisms, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. We anticipate the implementation and hopefully the immediate positive impact of the open governance which the DBM has been championing in the past months.
That's on the procurement side, Mr. President,
Yes.
but on the implementation side, the pre-audit is a major reform that we included in the budget, Mr. President, because in the past, as we have seen in the issues of ghost projects, hindi ho nabibisita ng COA resident auditor, no? Because sa dami pong projects, hindi ho nabibisita lahat. Bayad na, hindi pa rin nila nabibisita. So we're reversing the process by adding more funds, getting more auditors on the ground. So bago po mabayaran yan, definitely mabibisita na nila.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I know I would like to ask now about budget alignment and project integrity, and allow me to read just the context of my question. The total budget proposal submitted by the national government agencies reached 10.101 trillion. Again, let the executive department correct my figures if it's not accurate. Yet the national expenditure program allocation is constrained to 6.793 trillion, a reduction of 3.3 trillion, or approximately 33%. The Department of Budget and Management has cited strict parameters for crafting the NEP, including, and I always hear this term, shovel readiness. Projects must have completed feasibility studies and procurement plans. The prioritization of project completion over new construction, I'm happy to know this. I hope that the unfinished multipurpose and health centers and DepEd school buildings, etc., and bridges will have priority over new construction, and the assessment as well of agency absorptive capacity. And this is often the problem. However, the Senate post-budget hearing summary reveals systemic integrity issues. You yourself have flagged billions. I will not belabor the issue. You mentioned about missing station numbers, etc., and incomplete technical documentation. And many locally funded projects bypass the Public Investment Program, the PIP, as well as the 3-year rolling infrastructure program. We spoke about this during one of the subcommittee hearings, the TRIP requirements, and the lack of rigorous technical validation required for development effectiveness. Foreign-assisted projects also face sometimes persistent delays, which are tied to underfunding in terms of the right-of-way acquisition, contributing to 4-year delays on flagship projects. So my question is, having said that, the Department of Planning, Economy and Development, DepDev, is responsible for the PDP. The DBM manages the budget execution and allocation. How has the DBCC ensured that the 6.793 trillion NEP is rigorously aligned with the PDP priorities and the projects that may not have been included in the PIP and the TRIP, or perhaps lacking in complete feasibility studies, or perhaps have no detailed engineering studies and are systematically excluded then from the budget? Which brings me to the issue of agencies of government always coming to us asking for their priorities that were not included in Tier 1, but they say are priorities, but could not have complied with supposedly the rigorous requirements of the economic team, or of these the two agencies I mentioned. So may I know how will the executive department deal with this, from a 10 trillion budget proposals to a 6.7 trillion NEP, so 1/3, 33%, sinantabi. And if you talk to every agency of government, this is the mantra. Sabi po, wag na kaming humingi, pero wag na nyo sasabihin, pero ito po kailangan talaga You know that. All of us here, they come to us with requests. I think the chair would confirm that, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
You have balikbayan boxes of requests.
Yes, Mr. President,
Yeah.
marami ho talaga until now. A lot of agencies, local governments and agencies.
LGUs and NGAs.
NGAs.
Yes.
Big and small NGAs, they're actually coming to request for additional funding. So it's really, Mr. President, as the good gentle lady from Panay knows, it's really about fiscal space, Mr. President. So because of the tight fiscal space, it's very hard to give amounts to agencies that are not in line with the priorities of the President, Mr. President, and also in line with the Philippine Development Plan. So you're absolutely correct that the initial request, actually the initial was 11 trillion, Mr. President. It was trimmed down to 10 trillion. But even at 10 trillion, it cannot be completely allocated. So so the DBM prioritizes making sure that the projects are can be implemented as soon as possible. Although during the hearing, the DBCC hearing, there are still room for improvement in terms of shovel readiness, Mr. President. Nakita natin na maraming mga projects on paper shovel ready pero hindi pa siya talagang shovel ready kasi kulang ng feasibility study or others. So admittedly, the DBM will correct that issue this coming new budget season, Mr. President, to make sure that really projects that are really shovel-ready will only be included in the proposals, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So considering that 33% were not included, are we then assured that all of those included in the NEP have complete engineering designs, updated cost estimates, procurement plans were done, and the TRIP, the PIP, and the TRIP were complied with? Itong TRIP, minsan, I'll use a naka-bad trip because we were in a committee hearing. And a small agency, wag niyong sisihin. Ang sagot po ng DBM, again, kaibigan ko ng DBM, kasi walang trip. Naawa ko sa maliit na ahensya, o sige na, National Museum, kaya tinanong ko ngayon, sa bawat hearing, may trip ba kayo? Kasi requirement daw yung trip. And these are multi-year projects. And the answer was, the allocation for 2026 was put to 0 because there is no trip. We were all confused and we asked for a memo on the trip. But I'm happy there should
Was
be
there,
a
Mr.
trip.
President?
There
Yeah.
should be a trip. But then, pag multi-year project at nabigyan nung nakaraang taon, hindi bibigyan ng next year, nakatiwangwang yung building kasi walang trip, hindi ba iniisip yon na at least multi-year? So, again, back to my question. Huwag magagalit ang DBM, gusto ko lang maliwanag kasi. Oo, lahat ba ho na nasa NEP ay merong nakapasa sa DepDev na PDP, PIP, merong trip na maganda naman, dapat kasi talagang pumapasa dyan, at may feasibility studies na detailed engineering designs, which are requirements. Because yung 33%, diba, hindi na naisama. 3.3 trillion, hindi na isama. We assume na yung sinama ay compliant po. O baka hindi pa rin naman. Just so that we are aware, and if we need to cut any further, we still have the time to cut between now and our passage of the Senate version.
Well, Mr. President, I can confidently say that the projects in the DPWH, in the Department of Public Works, under the committee report, has the minimum documents to become shovel-ready. No? Because we also included in the committee report the station numbers of all the projects there. No? So in order to have a station number, kailangan merong detailed engineering, merong ring feasibility study, at iba pang mga dokumento. So lahat ho yan meron na sa DPWH projects. And we also remove yung mga doble. How much did we remove yung mga doble-doble? How much? Yung mga doble-doble? How much? Magkano nga? Yung mga duplicate projects, no, projects that appeared, let's say, in 2024 GAA, 2025 GAA, then reappeared in 2026. We remove all of those, and that amounted to about 4 billion pesos, Mr. President. So, in other words, this list of DPWH projects are vetted properly. Since nawala na po yung flood control projects, nawala na rin po yung issue of not being shovel ready, no? Because yung flood control, that's the component, or that's the group that is actually problematic, because wala siyang feasibility study, wala rin siyang detailed engineering. So problematic ho siya. So nung tinanggal ho siya, naiwan roads, bridges, we mandated DPWH to give us the station number. So we're very confident na these are meron na ho mga detailed engineering itong mga projects na ito.
Thank you for that. May I just say this, that the exclusion, yung pagtanggal po ng flood control at yung pag-retain po ng ibang infrastruktura, I think it does not assure us that the others that are remaining actually complied with all the stringent measures, but I hope that they did. May I therefore be assured if the TRIP has effectively become a gatekeeping mechanism for inclusion in the National Expenditure Program? Simple po, lahat pa ho ng proyekto sa NEP na na-carry po sa GAB na inaaral po natin ay napasa po ng TRIP.
Yeah. Well, I was given the answer given to me by Secretary Pangandaman. It's a mandatory requirement. So all agencies should fulfill the TRIP, the 3-year rolling infrastructure program. However, Mr. President, admittedly, not all the agencies are complying. In fact, some agencies doesn't even know about the TRIP, Mr.
That's why.
President.
So what do we do? May we know, Mr. President? That brings me to my the core issue here. Of those included in the NEP, how many have not complied with the TRIP or the 3-year program for multi-year programs that were actually studied by DepDev? Simple lang po, how many infrastructure projects in the NEP and the present HGAB, which we are studying now, are not TRIP compliant? And what would the executive and the economic team suggest we do with this? If the agencies are not even aware, then how were their projects included in the NEP if they're not even aware of the existence of a requirement of the DepDev and DBM?
President, I was made to. Right now, I was just conferring with with DBM and DepDev. I was made to understand that the TRIP is a mandatory requirement. However, not all the agencies are complying, and it seems to me personally that not all projects are also covered, Mr. President. A case in point here will be the DPWH projects, which actually, kailangan nga ng TRIP.
Yun nga ang kailangan.
Yung mga malalaki nga ho ang kailangan ng TRIP because
Yes.
the TRIP is supposed to be a master plan for the next 3 years, Mr. President. So we'll urge the DBM and also the DepDev to review this practice, the TRIP practice. On paper, it seems to be a good mechanism, but if it's not going to be implemented strictly across different agencies, parang hindi natin makikita yung kanyang benefit, Mr. President.
May I be informed which agencies are not covered by the TRIP and which agencies are covered but are not compliant? And if they're not compliant, perhaps we can ask from the economic team to identify projects that need to be covered but did not comply so we can actually axe it. Tanggalin. Hindi nag-comply eh. Di ba ganun ba ho? And replace it or realigned further to support other budgetary priorities.
projects. I was made to understand that DepEd is covered and they've submitted. So, parang ang DPWH lang po ang hindi covered na big ticket agencies.
How do we accept the budget of DPWH? I have here the memo on the trip as an input to the budget preparation process. You, Mr. Chair, had so rightly said that it is indeed a priority. There was a memo on the national budget call for 2026 that underscores the requirement for infrastructure PAPs to be included in ongoing infrastructure projects must be included in the PIP and the TRIP.
New to us and also questionable and also not in line with how we craft the budget, Mr. President. So again, Mr. President, it's a mandatory document. However, DPWH is not covered, or sorry, DPWH is covered but not complying, Mr. President. So the DBM and DepDev really need to review this mechanism and be strict in the implementation of this mechanism.
Isn't that the most important government department that must comply? Because the TRIP would mean they have feasibility studies, they are shovel ready, they went through the proper procurement plans. And if they are non-compliant, I don't have words to
Well,
say.
Mr. President, it needs to be reformed. The TRIP, if the DBM and DepDev decides to continue with the TRIP, then we need to reform it and make sure that it's implemented across different agencies. It's also, Secretary Balisacan also mentioned to me that there's also a question of interoperability between departments because, for example, in DPWH, ang dami pong projects. So instead of submitting to them the feasibility one by one, it will be done online and electronically. So that's also another thing that they are resolving. But admittedly, Mr. President, you're absolutely correct. The implementation is uneven as of this point.
Do we therefore, Mr. President, review all the infrastructure projects we are currently reviewing contained in the NEP and HGAB and take into consideration the inclusion of infrastructure projects that did not go through the process as mandated, not by the legislature, but by the executive department itself? Why mandate something that is not followed? Not followed.
Mr. President, it needs a review, this trip. That intention is the intention is good because it gives you, it's forward-looking. It's the development of a master plan and feasibility study is mandatory. However, the implementation is uneven, Mr. President. So, admittedly, the DepDev and DBM needs to review this. Needs to review the implementation of the trip, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, we will request from the agencies to submit to us the implementation and compliance of the trip. So we requested from the both departments to submit to us the compliance per project, per agency, per program of the trip, Mr. President.
I am just shocked to learn that a whole department refuses to comply with the trip requirement of DepDev and DBM.
But in fairness to the other departments, I asked
Yeah.
about the Department of Health, the Department of Agriculture, and they're compliant in terms of the 3-year rolling infrastructure program, Mr. President.
I will ask this again in the DPWH hearing and in every agency where the trip is covered. And we would like to understand because conceptually it is important so that you see the readiness of the agency. And we want to understand the non-compliance and the impact of its non-compliance, because if the others are compliant, why not the others? The difficulties and the challenges it faces, and whether to have such a requirement at all. Eh kung di naman po sinusunod, bakit po natin imamandate?
Thank you, Mr. President. I requested the agencies to submit to us the compliance report on the trip, Mr. President.
Thank you. I proceed now, Mr. President, to a perennial problem. Again, as I used to sit there 10 years ago, the same problems persist. Low absorptive capacity and persistent project delays. 4-year delays suggest that government cannot effectively execute even current budget levels. Yet allocations remain high. May we know how the executive department plans to break this pattern of weak execution? What specific quarterly metrics will track project delivery rates, cost performance, timely completion, and contractor performance? Should budget utilization rates be monitored, as I suggested, monthly or quarterly rather than annually, and the withholding of funds from non-performing agencies to redirect towards faster executing entities, although I know this may not be possible if it's already line itemed in the GAA?
Mr. President, the DBM released the circular letter number 2025-2, and this is for the conduct of agency performance reviews every year and done on a quarterly basis. So this agency performance review covers absorptive capacity, the utilization of funds, and also the efficiency in terms of utilization of their budget, Mr. President. Quarterly. So meron silang agency performance review, Mr. President. In fact, I remember getting a summary or a annual summary of that agency performance review, Mr. President. So it's comprehensive. Lahat ng agency meron doon. And they give grades, no? May rating po kung sino mga agencies are efficient, sino mga agencies are not efficient, Mr. President.
Ah, that's very good.
Yeah,
May we
rating po
request
sila.
that from DBM?
Yes, Mr.
And we will
President.
read it into the record in the next plenary.
Yeah, I've
unless-
seen the report, Ms. In fact, meron ako dito, Mr.
Yes.
President.
And I would assume, Mr. President, that that would be the basis of the next year's budget. Kung mababa ang kanilang utilization, mababa rin ibibigay sa kanila. Hindi nila manguya at malulon ang binibigay sa kanila. Diba? Gawain natin yung doblon. Diba? Diba naiinis tayo pag binibigyan, hindi ginagamit. Yeah. Yes. So we would be happy to receive the list of the non-performing agencies and perhaps know the reasons why, what are the challenges they face, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I'm looking at the budget ng Bayan Monitor, the agency budget review, Mr. President. And in this review, they give scorecards or they grade the agencies according to their utilization and efficiency of the use of funds, Mr. President. So for example, the top performing agencies, nakasulat ho dito, Public Attorney's Office, Philippine Information Agency, National Intelligence and Coordinating Agency. I'm just reading some random agencies, Mr. President. Foreign Service Institute, Cagayan State University, Civil Service Commission. So ito yung mga top performing agencies, Mr. President.
Maliliit na ahensya at walang infrastructure.
Except for public attorneys, Mr. President, malaki-laki ito. Gusto niyo marinig yung poor performing, Mr. President?
The poorest performing, yes, Mr. President. The OTR, sigurado nandyan yan.
Meron hong top performing dito sa harap pero
OTR palagi naiisip mo. Hindi na ba? Hindi makaya.
okay. Pala, Mr. President. Okay lang, Mr. President. Okay lang, Yusek. Ito yung mga poor performing, Mr. President. Romblon State University.
Wag na yung SUCs, mga government
Cotabato
agencies.
Foundation College of Science and Technology.
Government agencies.
Government. The lowest.
Ano to?
According to the list, Mr. President, the lowest is Department of Migrant Workers, then the Commission on Higher Education, the Department of Housing, DOTR, Mr. President. COMELEC is also a low performing. And this is spending. Pag sinabi natin low performing, hindi ibig sabihin hindi sila magaling. Yung paggastos lang ho nila ng budget, Mr. President. So these are we'll submit the list to Her Honor, Mr.
Yes.
President. The
We'll submit the list. When we receive
the
the
top
list.
and the lowest.
Then it will be just to,
And
so
we'll-
that the agencies, Mr. President, may prepare the answer.
Correct.
They have to know their standing.
Yes,
And
yes.
perhaps explain to us their
It's a-
inefficient spending so that we know the problems.
Yeah, it's a
We
good
can help them.
scorecard, Mr. President,
Yeah.
and this bodes well with your suggestion of conducting oversight every year, every month, every quarter, so we
I'll
can
join
use
you.
the agency performance review,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
It's not to blame anyone. I'm sure there are stumbling blocks, there are challenges, so we can help
Yeah,
them.
of course.
Yeah.
There are bottlenecks. definitely,
Bottlenecks,
yeah.
yes. Thank you for your patience, Mr. President. Now we go to measuring poverty, food security, and social inclusion. The Philippine Statistics Authority, let me just give the context of my query. I asked it in the DBCC. I want to put it on record now. They've always used a threshold at 63 pesos per person per day. But this figure has been criticized as unrealistic and perhaps disconnected from reality, particularly in urban areas, since it is based on a 2018 food basket and provincial averaging that masks significant regional price disparities. So having said that, this is an outdated methodology, etc., etc. So may we know, Mr. President, the macroeconomic framework highlights poverty reduction and social inclusion as key development outcomes. Yet, the threshold is still using the 63 pesos a day unless it was already changed, computed from a 2018 basket that does not reflect the current market realities or even the regional cost of living variations. So how would this affect the reliability? Paano natin maaasahan ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno given the government's macroeconomic assumptions on consumption, savings, and the reduction of inequality if we use a 2018 PSA figure? Whether it is in the budget of DOLE or the SWD or any agency of government, assuming this was used by the economic team.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, just to update Her Honor, Senator Lauren Legarda, this numbers of 63 pesos per day per person was already updated. It increased by about 18 to 27%, Mr. President. No? So the current value right now is at 655 pesos per family of 5. So if you divide that by 5, that's 131 pesos per day per person, Mr. President. So na-update na ho siya, Mr. President.
Very good.
Yes.
Because in the DBCC, it was still, this was my question then, 3 months ago, and in between August and November, it was revised. We want to be informed and educated because at that time, it was still 63 pesos a day based on PSA figures. Does that mean, Mr. President, that the PSA had updated? Because I think there was an answer at the time that they said it was being updated, etc. So between the DBCC and now, the poverty thresholds were changed.
Yes, Mr. President.
It's no longer 63 a day. And
Yeah.
what is it now, Mr. President?
It's 655 for a family of 5. If you divide that per person, that's 131 pesos per day per person,
Okay.
Mr. President. So it was just
Thank you.
recently updated, Mr. President, because the survey was just recently concluded or recently put together.
Thank you, Mr. President. It more than doubled then.
Yes, Mr.
Uh,
President. And also
but-
they adjusted the food prices, Mr. President. That's the
Yes.
most important.
But does it mean that the inputs of every government agency relied on these updated figures? Mr. President, remember the NEP was made the first semester of 2025. It was submitted to Congress in July. Even if there's a NEP revised, it is not all agencies. But between August, when we deliberated on the NEP, and now the PSA provided the agencies with the amended poverty threshold. How could all agencies in 3 months amend their submissions when the NEP was already submitted to Congress by June or July?
But Mr. President, we have real-time coordination with the PSA and DSWD. I think one of the most one program that will definitely be affected by this reduction in or increased in poverty threshold is the 4-piece program, Mr. President. So we coordinated with the DSWD on this aspect. With the PSA and the DSWD with this aspect, Mr. President. So mag-a-adjust ho kasi mga poverty-related programs ho natin. And during the hearing, I remember we asked the PSA about this poverty threshold, also with the adjustments in terms of the number of 4-piece beneficiaries, and we adjusted it accordingly, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad the good sponsor mentioned about the SWD and the 4-piece program. Maaapekto din yan yung SLP program, yes, as well as not just AIX, SLP, but also the senior citizens pensions. I'm not certain how, which has been in a backlog for a long time. Perhaps the kabuhayan programs of DOLE would also be affected. Perhaps the OST's CES program, Community Empowerment and Grassroots-Based program will be affected, and many other food security programs of DA as well, and the other programs. I hope that, because I will ask each agency about the adjustment in the poverty threshold, because when they prepare their NEP for the July submission, and you said that the PSA had changed the figures, and this is a dramatic increase from 63 to around 135, is it per person? Because it was 600 plus divided by 5 for a family of 5. So the agencies that prepared their budgets had the 63 in mind. I hope that it's not just the SWD, but I would be happy to be enlightened at the proper time how the agencies adjusted based on the poverty threshold levels of the Statistics Authority.
Yes. Since the PSA is the government's repository of poverty statistics, all programs of the government related to poverty, whether it's in the DSWD or the Department of Agriculture or the Department of Agrarian Reform, they will all refer back to this new poverty data, Mr. President. And the good news is poverty is going down in our country, Mr. President. So meaning income is going up, even though the threshold has gone up, but income is also going up because of job opportunities and also a growing economy, Mr. President.
I will not debate with you regarding that, even if I may have a different point of view, Mr. President. Yes. Okay. May I know, before we leave the topic, Mr. President, it's 135 per person? So that is PSA present here? Yes, yes. More or less 135 per person. Is this for the daily allocation for food and other expenses? Can they break it down? Magkano po ang pagkain divided by 3 meals a day? How much per meal? And is this for NCR or is it across the board in every province?
Yes, Mr. President, this 135 is for NCR, Mr. President.
Mhm.
And we can, we have the breakdown.
Let's try to leave 135 pesos.
Out of the 35 peso per person per day, Mr. President, 85%, 85 pesos is allocated to food, Mr. President.
Okay, 85 divided by
3.
3,
But this is
27 pesos per meal. Sige, I will not belabor the point because it's very painful, even if we increased it already. Nagbibiro ako dito pero hindi biro. Subukan natin kung paano yung 130 a day. Kung magtatanim ka naman ng sariling pagkain mo, baka sakaling kasya. And my final question for the moment, Mr. President. For, again, these are the figures that I have. Please correct me if the figures are not accurate. For 2026, the government expects to raise revenues in the amount of 4.938.4 billion, while disbursement is projected to reach 6.630 billion, or a deficit of 1.626 billion. Assuming my figures are accurate, we would see that disbursement for the current operating expenditures is expected to reach 5,020 billion, which is 37.3 billion higher than the revenue we will generate, which means, obviously, that our current operating expenses will be partially paid by our borrowings. Our current operating expenses, sweldo, diba? Salaries, bonuses, traveling, domestic and foreign, interest payments, local and foreign, janitorial services, utilities, financial subsidy, etc. Mr. President, how will would you confirm that our borrowings, hihiram po tayo, uutang po tayo para bayaran ang sweldo ng mga tao sa gobyerno? In short, our borrowings, our loans will go to our operating expenses and not to capital outlay that will go to the creation of jobs and that will spur the local economy. And may I know how many years have we been experiencing this, and how do we get out of it progressively, hopefully in the future, in the near future? Please Educate me. Saan yung listahan ko ng GOCCs na yun?
But, Mr. President, in an ideal situation, we only need to borrow for capital expenditures, meaning all of our collections should go to current operating expenditures, meaning for salary payments, pangbayad ng kuryente, pangbayad ng tubig, bonuses, all of that should be funded by our own revenues. But there's a small shortfall in terms of our collection versus current operating expenses of about 37 billion, Mr. President. So it's a small shortfall. So two-prong approach, Mr. President. One is to collect efficiently, meaning our revenues, whether tax or non-tax, should be collected efficiently so that we can cover our current operating expenses. Number two is also cut on some of our current operating expenses. Secretary Recto mentioned that in his estimate, they can still reduce MOE by about 160 billion, meaning reduce some of the traveling expenses, some of the MOE expenses. So tingin niya kaya pang bawasan doon so that we can finance our current operating expenses by our own revenue, not to borrow, Mr. President. But maliit lang naman po yung maliit lang naman yung ating shortfall on that effect, Mr. President. So I believe that with the efficient collection, government can cover that, Mr. President. But you're right, Mr. President. In a ideal situation, we should not borrow to cover our current operating expenses.
Mr. President, is the 37.3 billion for 2026 that will be brought about by borrowings, is it also because of extracting or borrowing or getting the reserves of GOCCs? Were we able to contract that or limit the utilization of borrowed money because we also used what we have, the reserves of government agencies, GOCCs?
Yes, Mr. President, because that was allowed in 2024, Mr. President. There's a special provision that allowed the DOF to sabi ko allowed, sabi ni Secretary Recto, mandated, but authorized the DOF. I think malaking debate ito, Mr. President. But because of that fourth special provision, Secretary Recto is saying that the DOF was mandated to take or collect excess reserve funds from different government agencies, Mr. President, to address that shortfall para hindi na ho tayo umutang to cover our current operating expenses. It's a cash management mechanism, Mr. President.
Dahil po tayo may reserves o savings
Na hindi naman
sa
nagagamit.
GOCCs na hindi nagagamit at ayon po sa special provision na sana'y basahin nyo para hindi na po nakasaad sa 2026 or if you
No more, Mr. President. That special provision is no longer in the
there.
2026
Sa
budget.
2025 wala rin po.
Wala rin, Mr. President.
Yes. Can you read into the record the 2024 special provision? And do you, if you say that government was mandated to follow it, because there was such special provision, but it will no longer be there in GAA 2026, and it is not in GAA 2025.
It's in special provision. Anong number to? Special provision D. Fund balance of the government-owned and controlled corporations from any remainder resulting from the review and reduction of the reserve funds to reasonable levels, take into account the disbursements from prior years, Mr. President. Ito pala, mayroon palang susunod. The Department of Finance shall issue the guidelines to implement this provision within 15 days from effectivity of this act. Yan. Yan pala yung sinasabi ni Secretary Recto, Mr. President.
That was only for 1 year, Mr.
Only for 1 year,
President.
Mr. President.
Yes. Which GOCC was that? Was this the PhilHealth?
PDIC and PhilHealth, Mr.
Yes.
President.
What was the total then? PDIC was how much, Mr. President?
107. For PhilHealth, Mr. President, it's 60, and for PDIC, it's 107 billion, Mr. President.
PDIC, magkano po?
107 billion.
107B.
B.
And PhilHealth,
16.
yes. Are we supposed to pay back PDIC for 107B? No, no need.
Mr. President, according to Secretary Recto, no need to return the funds, Mr. President. They have more than adequate resources to cover what they need to cover, Mr. President. For PDIC. For PDIC.
How about for
banks.
PhilHealth, the 60 billion? Yes. There's been a clamor and the president has repeatedly committed to return the 60 billion to PhilHealth.
Yes,
reserves.
Mr. President, in the Senate committee report, we're returning the 60 billion. It was also included in the gap, Mr. President.
Just to be clear, Mr. President, the NEP with the 60B, I think Senator Pia will question during her time in DOH, ayokong pangunahan si Senator Pia, that the computation may not have been accurate based on the syntax law, but let her explain that. And clearly, the 60 billion, again, I'm not certain if that's accurate, is not the payment for PhilHealth because that is the allocation based on the implementation of the syntax law. So hindi po yun. Earmark na po yun. Yan, alam ng health advocate expert. So we're not referring to the NEP allocation. You mentioned, Mr. Chair, about the HGAB, which has another 60B. But the 60B from HGAB, Mr. President, came from the flood control, if I'm not mistaken. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It came from an agency, perhaps the DPWH flood control, which was moved pambayad utang sa reserves ng PhilHealth. Is that how it moved? So that it's clear. Because dalawang 60, first is the implementation of the syntax law, which should not be claimed as the return to PhilHealth reserves. And the second, HGAB, yun ang pambayad utang. I just want to know where did it come from in the HGAB, and that's included in our Senate committee report, and we are grateful to your honor that it was included as well. I just want to be certain where did it come from. Yoli, di ba yung sabi mo?
But Mr. President, originally in the NEP, there was a 53 billion subsidy to PhilHealth, and that is supposed to be coming from the syntax allocation, Mr.
Yes.
President. And the 60 billion, you're right, Mr. President, it was carved out of the flood control, is meant to return that 60 billion pesos that was remitted to National Treasury,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. President. So it's very clear we have the earmarked allocation based on an existing law syntax na ayon sa ilan sa ating kasamahan ay kulang, but we'll tackle that in the DOH budget. Now, yung bayad utang po sa tinanggal noong 2024 ay nasa HGAB, which the Senate retained. Yes. But my question is, we or the government, the executive, took it out from reserves of PhilHealth. Should it not return it there? And in what process should it be returned? Because it is going to be in the GAA with earmarked expenditures not in the reserves of PhilHealth where it came from. So may I be informed what is, in short, ano po ang tamang bayad utang na kinuha po sa PhilHealth noong 2024?
Okay, Mr. President, I was just clarified that the 60 billion that was taken from PhilHealth did not come from the reserves, Mr. President. It was a fund balance, meaning yun talaga yung natitira nila na actively being used for their case rates, Mr. President. So since it was substantial at that point, yun ang renimit sa National Treasury.
Can
So
you kindly
that will be
explain?
returned in the same form as fund balance.
The 2024 na kinuha po ng DOF, is it DOF? That took away from PhilHealth did not come from the reserves.
No, Mr. President, that was
What do you call it? It came from the operating
fund balance.
Fund balance. Okay.
The fund balance. So it's a different fund from the reserve, Mr. President.
The fund balance. So you're correct in saying that under the NEP of 2026 na 53.26B, hindi ito yung bayad utang. And then the 60 billion in the 2026 House Bill, GAB, ito yung bayad utang, but it is intended for benefit package improvement under the Universal Healthcare Law. Is it a lump sum? Is it already allocated, earmarked? And would this, saan po nanggaling ito? If it's not from DPWH flood control, but it came from the NEP. It came from somewhere, an agency.
But Mr. President, before I answer that, Secretary Recto clarified that because of PhilHealth's improved operations and improved case rates and improved in the efficiency in dispersing their funds, as well as the implementation of the zero balance billing this coming 2026, we'll see a full implementation of the zero balance billing program. The government decided to give additional or augment the PhilHealth with 60 billion pesos, Mr. President. So, so sabi niya hindi ho to bayad utang. No? No, kasi walang utang raw, Mr. President. So there's no utang to speak of, Mr. President. So,
Pagtatanong tuloy si
of course, that is the
Okay.
so that's one, Mr. President. Number two, what you were mentioning, their next question, your other question, Mr. President, it came from the flood control, Mr. President, because the amount is about 255 billion. So 60 billion was carved out to be the subsidy of to be the subsidy to PhilHealth, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Just definition of terms so we understand. Fund balance of government-owned and controlled corporations from any remainder resulting from the review and reduction of the reserve funds to reasonable levels, taking into account the disbursements from prior years. Can you kindly explain the difference between fund balance and reserve funds? And what was the basis for the extraction or pagkuha po sa fund balance ng PhilHealth as opposed sa pagkuha sa reserve funds. Since you corrected me, hindi pala galing sa reserve funds ang kinuha ng executive kung hindi galing sa fund balance. Nanggaling po sa inyo yon para lang maintindihan po namin. May utang ang gobyerno sa PhilHealth kasi walang earmark allocation sa GAA. Wala. Ngayong taon. Wala. Ayun pa. Kailangan bayaran. Kasi galing sa syntax law, wala. So, tatlong 60.
But Mr. President, sorry for the delay. I just want to make sure so that I can explain it as simple as possible. So the fund balance is the money available after deducting the expenditures for their case rates, Mr. President. So meaning benefits for their members, meaning ito yung natitira after their revenues, after their subsidies, and after the expenses. So merong natitira doon close to about 480 billion at that time. And because of that surplus fund of 480 billion, the DOF, the PhilHealth remitted 60 billion from that 480 billion, Mr. President. That's outside of the reserve fund. Hindi pa huyang nasa reserve fund. No?
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. President. Para po maliwanag, yung sa NEP 2026 na 53.26B, hindi po ito yung bayad utang, kung ano man tawagin natin, ito po ay alokasyon ayon sa syntax law.
Yes,
Yung
Mr. President.
linagay po sa GAB na 60B na nanggaling din po sa loob ng NEP, galing po sa flood control, as you said.
Yes, Mr.
Ito
President.
po yung galing sa fund balance, yung
Yes, yun po yung... Yeah.
extra funds po sa PhilHealth na para po palitan yung kinuha ng 2024. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, it's a difference in nomenclature dahil wala naman po, technically wala pong utang. So wala pong binabayaran na utang. Pero binabalik lang yung 60 billion. Sinole. Siguro
yun.
that's a right term.
I mean, it's-
Sinole.
Okay.
No?
So if you don't like to consider bayad utang,
hindi bayad
kasi
utang
wala
ho.
naman kontratang umutang.
Correct.
So,
Tama. Sinole lang po yung 60 billion because
sinole.
nag-improve na yung, una tumaas yung case rates. No?
Okay.
And then pangalawa, nag-improve na yung
What
efficiency.
is the right word so that I use what is
Return,
correct?
I think. Or
Hiniram.
Restore or return the
Restored.
60 billion. Restored. Oo.
So it was borrowed.
No,
Sinuli
hindi ho utang siya. It was
Hindi utang, walang interest. Hindi
correct.
utang.
Tsaka hindi ho
Sige.
siya rinimit ho because of the excess fund balance.
So it was transferred and now it's being returned. Ayun.
Yes, it was
That's the politically correct term.
it is
Mr.
the
Chair.
technically correct term, Mr. President.
Okay, para lang maliwanag po, may pangatlo pa pong alokasyon na hindi ko pa nakikita. Ay yung earmarking po ng sin tax law na nasa NEP ng 2025 ay wala po sa GAA 2025. I understand there is no subsidy for PhilHealth this year. Ito po yung issue na sinabi din ni Senator Ontiveros. I think she will ask that as well. So, naghahanap po kami ng tatlong 60B. Yung sa NEP 2026, ayon kay Senator Pia, siya na magtatanong kulang. Yung hiniram pero sinole na sa GAB, nandiyan na po. Sana wag mawala hanggang BICAM. Pero yung NEP ng 2025 po, na alokasyon ng PhilHealth ayon sa batas, ay wala po sa GAA 2025. I believe it is our duty to give to PhilHealth, because the earmarked allocation from sin tax law did not appear in the GAA 2025. I'm just stating that. I am not the chairman of the committee, but that is what the principal author of the Universal Healthcare Law and the Healthcare Advocate, Senator Risa and Senator Pia, have told me, which I joined them in that advocacy. I just like to put on record, we are grateful that the HGAB carried the 60B and it's been returned from the 2024 taken out item, if you don't like to use borrowed amount. But the earmarked sin tax allocation in 2025 is missing. Again, I would be happy to be corrected if I am inaccurate.
Well, Senator Lauren is absolutely correct that because Congress took out, I'm just checking the amount, about 74 billion pesos in 2015, no? 2025. So in other words, that 2025 allocation for PhilHealth is supposed to be remittances from Syntax,
Siguro po,
Mr. President. And that is
nawala po yun.
nawala yun. Tama ho kayo. Tama ho kayo.
Don't we owe it to the people, Mr. Chair, that we cut more in infrastructure that are not compliant with TRIP or coordinates, as you would say it, etc., and put back what was missing in GAA 2025. Para po naibalik na natin ng gobyerno lahat ng nawala sa PhilHealth.
Yan po ay pag-uusapan natin. Admittedly, the amounts are quite substantial, no? 70 billion pesos. Pero I get the point of Her Honor, Senator Lauren, and definitely po na dapat lang ho natin ibigay sa PhilHealth yung dapat ibigay, no? Ayon sa batas.
Kung
At ayon sa
nagkamali
batas,
po, yeah.
yung syntax, meron ho silang share doon.
Yes. Kung nagkamali po at nawala sa GAA 2025, kayo po ang natalagang chair ngayon. At kayo po ay sumasang-ayon sa akin na karapat-dapat lang ayon sa batas ay nandun siya sa taong ito. Tingin ko po ating katungkulan na ilagay po doon. At kung hindi, tingin ko, hindi ako nagdidikta, ibalik, ilagay sa NEP 2027 na kasama pa rin yung earmark allocation dodoble dahil nawala noong 2025.
Pag-aralan ho natin,
This is
thank you
my
for the
suggestion.
suggestion and thank you for pointing that out, Senator Lauren. It's a very good point, important. And pag tinignan ho natin yung malalaking increases sa Senate version, unang-una sa edukasyon, pangalawa sa health, no? Dahil binibigyan natin ng napakalaking pahalaga po ang kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan. At especially after the pandemic, marami ho tayong mga kababayan talagang gustong makita na ma-improve po yung ating healthcare system. So pag-aaralan ho natin mabuti ho yan. Decision na ho to ng Kongreso at Senado. In fact, dahil Kongreso at Senado po ang nagtanggal ng pondo na yan in 2025.
Hindi po ako pumirma ng BICAM kasi hindi po ako sang-ayon doon.
Kaya po, pag-aaralan ho natin mabuti yan.
Thank you for the openness of the chair. Thank you for agreeing with your colleagues. We just want to be compliant with the law, and we mean well, but we are also understanding of the limited fiscal space. That's why we presented options to the body. Last na po. Warningan ako, 3 oras na po. Last na po. Binanggit po ninyo na uutang tayo para sa mga sweldo. Ay, magtatanong si... I'm sorry. Yeah.
Mr. President, Senator Tiveros is seeking the floor for a short manifestation.
Senator Tiveros, you're recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, at sa gentlelady from Panay at sa ating chair. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa pagtulak ni Senator Lawrence sa isyung ito at sa pagbibigay daan din ng chairman. Gaya ng sinabi nilang dalawa, we are talking of at least 3 important items here na may kinalaman sa PhilHealth. At nagpapasalamat ako sa kanilang dalawa, Mr. Chairman, lumilinaw na mayroong earmark proceeds from sin taxes na dapat na ibigay sa PhilHealth itong kasalukuyang taong 2025. Mayroon pong item na pinopropose para sa appropriation ng Kongreso mula sa executive para sa PhilHealth ngayong susunod na taong 2026. At may pangatlong item na itinanggal noong 2024 sa kasalukuyang 2025 budget. Kung bakit katulad ni Senator Loren, ako hindi po pumirma sa BICAM version nung nakaraang taon para sa kasalukuyang taon, at kalaunan kami po ni dating Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel ay bumoto ng no sa kasalukuyang budget. Bukod pa dun sa napag-usapan namin earlier ni Mr. Chair tungkol sa unprogrammed appropriations. Pero yung usapin po ng termino ay napaka-importante. Hindi po ito nomenclature lang at hindi po sasapat ang pagiging technical lamang. We have to call a spade para matuto tayo sa ating mga pagkakamali o pagkukulang at hindi tayo uulit, at ma-institutionalize din po natin ang best practices. At sabi din po kasi ng mga lola natin, cuentas claras. So ano man ang itawag ng DBCC o DOF ngayon na sasabihin nila, hindi po ito surplus funds. At I remember nung simula ng debating iyan, tinawag nila itong excess funds. Kung kinuha man nila ito o hindi sa surplus talaga ng PhilHealth. Pero naalala ko, hindi lang yung tayo, karamihan nating mga miyembro ng PhilHealth, pero PhilHealth mismo ay hindi magaan sa loob nila. May sama ng loob sa loob ng PhilHealth. Kinuha po yung 60 billion pesos na iyan. At ang anumang bagay na kinuha na sa tingin ng marami ay hindi dapat kinuha, ay dapat itala natin bilang utang. Kaya po may mga health reform advocates na nagkaso laban sa atin sa gobyerno, sa Supreme Court, at iniintay pa natin ang ruling doon. At palagay ko, at gusto kong maniwala, kaya iniutos pa nga ni Presidente na isauli ang 60 billion pesos mula sa national government pabalik sa PhilHealth. So anong tawag ko sa isang bagay na iniintay nating iutos ng Korte Suprema at una nang iniutos ng Presidente na ibalik? Ang tawag ko po dyan, Mr. President, ay utang. And sana mauna na ang national government magsauli niyang utang bago pa iutos yan, harinawa ng Korte Suprema. So, I will be merely manifesting briefly about this issue this afternoon, pero itatanong ko ng mas detalyado pag-consider natin ang DOH budget, Mr. Chair. At itatanong ko rin sa panahong iyan, sa DBCC o sa DOF, saan po ginamit yung 60 billion pesos na kinuha noon sa PhilHealth at ngayon, sa tingin ko lamang po, at ayon na rin sa utos ni Presidente at sana sa magiging ruling ng Korte Suprema, ay utang na dapat ibalik sa PhilHealth. So maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, Senator Loren at Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa.
And likewise, Mr. President, before Senator Lauren resumes, just for the record, the total sin tax collections for 2024 is 295.65 billion. So if we're to follow the law, earmark is 80% of the 50% collection sin tax and sweetened beverage for PhilHealth and universal healthcare. Just for the record, Mr. President.
All right, you may continue, Senator Loren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having said that, may we request the DBCC to submit, please, the utilization of the 60B that was borrowed but returned. Yes, or maybe it was not used because it's being returned. If it was used, may we know the utilization?
Actually, I have it now, Mr. President.
Thank
So,
you, Mr. President.
27 billion went to public health emergency benefits and allowances for healthcare and non-healthcare workers during COVID-19 pandemic. 10 billion for medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients, also known as MAIP. 4.1 billion for procurement of various medical equipment for DOH hospitals, LGU hospitals, and primary care facilities. 3.3 billion for construction of 3 DOH health facilities. 1.6 billion for health facilities enhancement program, and 13 billion for mandatory government counterpart financing for foreign assisted infrastructure and social development programs that will accelerate the delivery of healthcare services to remote areas and enhance the health and well-being of Filipinos by ensuring food security. So, yun po yung pinuntahan po ng pondo.
Thank you for that and being ready with that, Mr. Chair. Just a heads up to DOH, I'm sure our colleagues will ask them if they, because of their very low absorptive capacity, especially since you mentioned they created or built health infrastructure for needy populations, etc. I hope they were able to do that. And I hope the funds are not with them still with half-constructed health centers and hospitals. So just so that they will be ready to explain to the body the utilization and implementation of such. Huli na po, dahil binanggit nyo na hihiram pa tayo ng 37.5 billion at sabi nyo ito'y maliit naman na amount para gamitin sa operating expense. Simple thinking, di ba ho, pag uutang pa tayo sa household para lang sa operating expense, di babaan na lang natin ating gastos para wag na tayong umutang.
Mr. President, that's
Okay.
why Secretary Recto proposed in his estimate that MOE across different agencies can still be cut by about 160 billion, Mr. President.
160B.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. And
So that is that's making expenses more efficient.
may we know whether that is already contained in the Senate committee report?
No, Mr. President, I just this was just conferred to me today, Mr. President.
We're happy to note that the 160B cut in operating expenses, and that, of course, from 6.793 trillion with our cuts in questionable infrastructure projects and a further cut in operating expenses kung saan po tayo makakatipid. Does it mean, Mr. President, that we do not have to use our borrowings or our loans for salaries, utilities, and whatever operating expenses of government, Mr. President?
Theoretically, yes, Mr. President,
Okay.
because as I noted earlier, the balance between revenues and current operating expenses is negative 37 billion, Mr.
Yeah.
President. So theoretically less. So we don't have to borrow 37 billion to finance our operating expenses, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. We will anticipate or look forward to seeing which of the MOE expenses in which government agencies will be cut. We will see. At the same time, we are also looking forward to reading the agencies which are non-trip compliant and the action which the chair will take in the non-trip compliant government agencies, assuming it is really a strict requirement of the DBCC and the economic team. I will yield now to my other colleagues, Mr. President. I truly appreciate your patience, your honesty and candor, and the economic team as well, so that we better understand the budget and we see how we can further bring down the losses and the system's loss, etc., so to speak. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I request for a few minutes suspension?
All right. Thank you, Senator Legarda. Yes, session is suspended for a few minutes. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to propound these questions is our distinguished colleague from Palawan and the Republic of the Philippines, no other than Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to congratulate our guest here, who is the Finance Secretary, soon to be the Executive Secretary. May blowout. Kaya kanina pa siya paikot-ikot po sa lounge. Nag-iisip siguro kung ano i-blowout. And also, of course, the economic advisor of the president, Secretary Frederico, who will replace this handsome finance secretary. Anyway, congratulations to both of you. That's according to the news report, though, Mr. President. Anyway, let me go now to my line of questioning. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, what is the position of Department of Finance on online gambling? As the chairman of the Committee on Games and Amusement, ano po ang posisyon ng Department of Finance dito sa online gambling?
The official position of the Department of Finance is to heavily regulate online gambling, especially regulating it to avoid minors playing online gambling, also making sure that there is proper know your client mechanisms, and decouple, Mr. President, from e-wallets.
Okay. Would you happen to know, Mr. President, kung magkano po ang nare-remit ng mga online gambling companies na ito na revenue sa pamahalaan? Ika nga ay sinasabing worth it, na ika nga i-regulate sila despite the fact na may mga reports tayo na may mga adverse effect po ito, negative effect sa buhay ng mga Pilipino.
The
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I would just like to, while you are researching it, during my last two hearings with the Philippine Amusement Gaming Corporation, they gave me an estimate of around 60 to 70 billion a year. I don't know if that's still correct, pero yun po yung kanilang sinabi ni Chairman Altenco na around 60 to 70 billion a year. So I don't know kung tugma yung kanilang report sa report na hawak po ninyo as of this time. My follow-up question will be, doon po sa 60 to 70 billion na ikang revenue ng PAGCOR from online gambling, how much yung napupunta po sa national budget?
Well, Mr. Chairman, merong kasi marami rin pong revenue na nakukuha ang gobyerno, not only directly from online gaming, but also from, let's say, yung mga income taxes, yung mga withholding taxes. So may mga ganun rin po. So just to put it on record, ang direct benefits from electronic games is about 231 billion pesos, Mr. President. For example ho, ang nakukuha sa franchise tax is about 10 billion. Ang nakukuha sa for example, itong sa BIR is about 5 billion. So, ang total po, pag isusuma ho natin is about 231 billion, Mr. President, ang pumupunta sa gobyerno in terms of taxes, Mr. President.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yes. Okay, Mr. President, I stand corrected, Mr. President. So for PAGCOR, ang nakukuha ho nila is 60 billion pesos. For national government is about 30 billion pesos, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Moving on, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, dito po tayo sa Department of Public Works and Highways. Ang tanong ko po ngayon ay, nasala nyo na po ba ng mabuti ang budget natin for 2026 to make sure na wala pong double insertion? Punong-puno po yung dating budget natin last year ng double insertions. Kahit po inong committee hearing natin, Mr. Chair, kayo mismo nagtanong kung bakit doble-doble yung ika nga, nag-appear na dito sa kaliwa, nag-appear na naman same project, same place, ika nga pati barangay, ay magkakapareho. Nasala na po ba na ninyo through the help of the Department of Public Works and Highways?
Tama ho kayo, Senator Erwin. In fact, yan po talaga isa sa mga red flags na binring up ni Senator Lacson. In fact, even during the previous briefing, budget briefings and previous budget hearings. So natanggal na ho natin yung mga doble-doble, tawag namin yung mga repeat projects, pati yung reappearing projects, meaning nandoon na siya sa 2024, 2025, tapos nag-reappear sa 2026. So ang amount na natanggal ho natin sa mga reappearing and also repeated projects, mga around 4 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, bakit po nagkakaroon ng double insertion? Is it intentional or ito po ay typographical error? Or is it wala lang, nagkaroon lang ng mental lapse yung mga tao natin sa DPWH o talagang sinadya ito to make some money, Mr. Chair, Mr. President?
Actually, dalawa ho ang pwedeng dahilan. Una, tamad lang ho yung gumagawa nung DPWH budget kasi hindi niya, pwede naman po ilagay doon yung station number, pwede naman nila himayin isa-isa. Dito nga ho sa atin, ang kinuha ho natin para maghimay mga interns ng pamantasan ng lungsod ng Valenzuela. So kaya naman po gawin. Bakit ho hindi ginagawa ng DPWH? So tingin ko katamaran po yung umiral ho sa kanila kaya hindi ho nila ginawa. Pangalawa, pwede rin po yung maging source of corruption. Tama ho kayo dahil kung nadoble yung project, lalabas yung pondo ng 2 beses at mayroon silang discretion saan nila i-implement yung project na yun. So yun po ang delikado doon. Pwede nilang i-implement yun kahit saan, basta na doon sa lugar na yun. So may discretion sila para i-implement yung project na yun.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Kanina po, while I was sitting on my desk, marami po ako natanggap na mga text messages na mga line of questioning daw baka pwedeng itanong sa ating chair ng finance mula po sa mga OFWs natin. They were asking, on program appropriations, meron po ba tayong program appropriations for this year, for 2026?
Meron po. For 2026, meron ho tayong unprogram, pero binawasan na ho namin yung line items ng unprogram po natin from 11 to 7, Mr. President.
Ang tanong po nila, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, ay bakit kailangan pa ng program appropriations? Is it really necessary? Ito nga daw po, dito nagkaroon ng source of corruption, itong unprogram appropriations. Must we really have this program appropriations? And can explain why is it important or it is important?
Mr. President, yun ang program ay ang source ng revenue ng ang program. Pag may excess revenue ang gobyerno or may additional revenue ang gobyerno, yung excess and additional, pwede niya nang gamitin to. So that's why meron ho tayong unprogrammed appropriation. Kasi, for example po, nag-declare ng dividends ang isang GOCC, no? At malaki yung dividendo niya. Yan ay nagiging source ng excess revenue. For example, meron tayong bagong tax measure na papasok this coming 2026. Yung additional revenue ay nagiging source rin ng program. Kaya ho, pag ginamit ho ng tama yung program sa mga tamang proyekto, nakakatulong ho siya. Kaya linimitahan ho natin yung paggamit ng program sa foreign assisted projects at AFP modernization na lang. Hindi na po pwedeng gumawa ng flood control ho dito.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, how sure are we at this point na magkakaroon tayo ng excess revenue when usually lagi tayong may deficit because of a budget collection and customs they're not meeting, Bureau of Internal Revenue, and so forth, itong mga revenue generating agencies. How can you tell at this point, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, na meron tayong excess para matustusan natin ang mga program appropriations? Di po ba kadalimitan tayo po ay naglo-loan sa ibang bansa, sa mga foreign banks para matugunan po ang pangangailangan or itong mga pangangailangan sa budget natin, because we always have shortfalls in our tax collection targets.
May mga cases ho, Mr. President, na nag-excess tayo dahil, for example, ang isang GOCC kumita siya at mas malaki yung kanyang revenue, ang kanyang dividendo sa national government. For example, nakabenta siya ng asset o meron siyang malaking sales. So nakakapag-remit siya ng malaking revenue o malaking dividendo para sa gobyerno. A case in point here will be PAGCOR or POs, yung charity sweepstakes, yung PCSO. Kung malaki po ang benta ng PCSO, malaki po yung dividendo niya, nagkakaroon po ng excess. So that's one. Number two, kung meron tayong mga bagong tax measures, for example, marami tayong na-implement na mga tax measures last 19 Congress. So ngayon lang pinapatupad. So yung mga itong mga tax measures, ngayon lang ho natin mararamdaman yung mga bagong revenues niya. So itong bagong revenues, pwede pong gamitin to sa unprogrammed appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. Moving on, ito po ay texted the question sa akin mula pa po sa Dubai, mga OFWs natin. Natutuwa po sila, bagamat di po natutuwa ang gobyerno natin. Siyempre, ang laki na po ng ibinagsak ng piso sa dolyar. Sabi nga, our loss is their gain. Tanong po ng mga OFW, tataas pa po ba? Or hanggang kailan? Makaka-recover pa ba ang piso? Dinadasal-dasal po nila na sana hindi na raw po makarecover. What is your stand on this? Tatagal pa po ba ito? Aabot po ba tayo sa 60 pesos? Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Well, ang currency fluctuation, marami pong factors yan. One of which yung interest rate sa Amerika. So kung bumaba po yung interest rates ho doon, marami hong gustong pumunta sa Amerika at nag-depreciate rin ho yung ating peso. So maraming factors yan. Pero pag nag-depreciate po ang peso, pabor po to sa mga OFWs natin dahil mas malaki na re-remit nila. Pero this coming 2026, so ang forecast po for 2026 is between 55 to 58 pesos per dollar po ang estimate ng ating DBCC this coming assumptions this coming 2026. Kaso lang maraming caveat ho yan, no? Kasi maraming factors pagdating ng currency. That's one aspect na napakahirap po ma-predict dahil marami pong external factors.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, are you saying hindi po inaasahan natin itong sudden drop ng piso? Hindi po natin napag-aralan o nabantayan na ito po ay babagsak at this time, at this point?
Well, sa atin ho, Mr. President, we practice a free market system. So hinahayaan natin yung peso na mag-fluctuate within a certain band. Pero kung talaga namang mataas ang fluctuation, nag-intervene rin po ang Bangko Sentral para ma-stabilize yung peso. But as much as possible, hinahayaan natin yung free market para mag-fluctuate po yung peso, Mr. President. Pero mayroon tayong reserves na more than 100 billion pesos, $100 billion. So we can use that to stabilize the pesos.
Sana naman, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, wag na muna natin magamit. We really need that. But anyway, my last question before I will turn the floor to my to my colleagues, Mr. Chair, and reserve my questions for a second round. Mr. Chair, hindi ba kaya makompensate daw ang pagbagsak ng piso sa dolyar sa dami naman ng remittance, lalo na they're looking forward this Christmas season? Will it affect?
Well, ini-estimate natin baka this coming Christmas it will appreciate because maraming ang papasok na remittances sa atin, so the demand will be bigger, no? So it's a demand and supply activity rin po. So kung mas marami pong remittance sa atin, baka tingin ko rin baka mag-appreciate rin ho siya. Isa rin po, sabi ni Secretary Recto, isa rin dahilan kaya rin mahina ang ating peso dahil ang tourism natin hindi pa tayo nakaka-recover from pre-pandemic levels. So kung maliit po ang turista, maliit po ang demand for the peso, humihina po yung ating peso. So it's really kulang po ng demand, no, sa ating currency dahil wala pong turista, exports rin ho natin ay medyo mahina. Pero like you said, no, dahil nga papasok na ang Pasko, may demand na ho ngayon ng peso, tingin natin baka mag-appreciate pa siya ng konti.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I'm sorry, just may papahabol lang po ako na one question. Dito po ba sa budget natin for one last question, 2026, meron po ba tayo nakalaan para sa debt servicing natin, pambayad po sa utang?
Meron po, meron tayong nakalaan for debt servicing. About 2 trillion ang naka-allocate natin sa debt servicing, both for interest payments and amortization po.
Magkano po ang total na debt po natin para po sa kapakanan ng ating mga viewers? How much do we owe, external and internal debt?
Ang ating debt stock right now, Senator Irwin's about 17 trillion, of which 70% ay peso denominated and 30% is dollar denominated or foreign denominated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Irwin.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I recognize, with the permission of Senator Pangilinan, I just want to follow up the question of Senator Erwin Tulfo with the permission of the chairperson. If it's okay with Senator Pangilinan, really quick. On the issue on the games, yung e-games, may factor ba nandyan ang DepDep, the grandfather of DepDep, grandfather Balisacan, RC? We'd like to ask him, may correlation ba na pag-drop ng GDP because they're saying there's a drop in spending. The drop in spending could also be because naubos yung pera nila sa online gaming. Kasi we're attributing it to external factors like corruption, etc., etc. Pero parang hindi masyado, unless of course we slow down on our infrastructure spending because we have to stop the bleeding. So I think all the contracts in the government of the government in the countryside was slowed down. But would it be a factor also on online gaming? I just want to ask that because I may ask for an answer and then I'll show something lang po to the group.
Well, Mr. President, I was conferring with Secretary Balisacan. It's there's no effect to our consumption because it's a very small component versus our total household consumption. So very minimal effect. And at the same time, when you talk about household consumption, that's also considered part of consumption, Mr. President. So it transfers from one. You're consuming from one thing to the other thing, Mr. President.
Yes, pero di ba it makes sense that if the padre de pamilya spends his money on the online gaming and because he loses the money or he doesn't make that money, he loses it. He doesn't take his children to the mall. They don't buy anything. They don't go to Jollibee. Bahay lang sila. There's a possibility that can actually be one of the reasons why the spending is down, right? Because your spending power is diminished if you lose online. And I'd like to just point to I haven't brought this out. This is the first time because I had this placed in the Pulse Asia survey. September 27 to 30. This is going to be the first time that I'm actually going to bring this out to the public. Nung September 27 to 30, napasama po ako ng rider question about banning online gambling. Nakalagay dito, how much do you agree or disagree with completely banning online gambling in the Philippines? Or yes, agree, strongly agree, and agree is 90%.
Taas, Mr. President.
90%. Cannot say if agree is 5% and disagree is 5%. So ito po, all across to NCR, Balance Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao is agree. Yung NCR agree is 96%. Sa tingin ko mukhang maraming galit na pamilya. Opo.
Yeah, Senator, Majority Leader, wala talagang kaduda-duda na nakaka-apekto to sa ordinaryong mamayan natin. Marami rin ako nakakausap. I talk to a lot of our ordinary citizens and nakaka-apekto ho talaga ito sa kanila. No? Kaya hindi ho kaduda-duda na marami rin ho sa kanila ay gusto hong mas gusto maband o mas gusto rin ho nilang makitang mabigat ang regulasyon ho dito.
O kasi kung yan po ang posisyon ng gobyerno na highly regulated, dapat siguro gawin natin to parang sweepstakes. I think sang-ayon din si Secretary Ralph ito eh. We talked about it one time. Na there are betting stations na lang that they can buy their betting cards, scratch cards in these betting stations rather than the e-wallets. Kasi the e-wallets, pati sa mga barangay sa Bukidnon, of course, napapasama sila dun eh. Alit na nga ng income nila dun sa probinsya, lalo na sa highly rural areas. Pag nawala pa nila yung income na yan, hindi na sila makabawi, hindi na makatayo. They're bound lalo na sa poverty. So we're hoping that the good senator from Palawan, Senator Erwin, could come up with proposals on the bills so that we can already fast track this. Because obviously, if you get that number of people, that means maraming galit talaga. They're affected.
Completely agree with you, Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Ako rin personally, I see that on the ground. Tama ho kayo dahil yung mga mahihirap pag na-addicted sila sa online gambling, domino effect eh. Affected yung family nila, affected yung pag-aaral, affected yung ibang mga kailangan nilang bayaran at napakahirap pong bumalik ulit dahil of course yung kanilang income hindi naman po ganun kalaki. So I totally agree with you na dapat tignan na talaga natin itong online gambling at kung paano po hindi ito kumalat sa mga mahirap nating at ordinaryong mamayan ho natin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'd now like to recognize our good distinguished colleagues from Quezon City and Pampanga, Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President, and thank you, Majority Leader. For our second round, may we know if the good sponsor is willing to yield to a few questions?
Yes, Mr. President, I'll be more than happy to receive questions.
Yes, thank you. My first set of questions will focus on the rice tariffication measure and the current EO number 105 series of 2025. I understand that this amends the earlier EO on the percentage of tariffs to be imposed for rice imports. Tama po ba na beginning January 1, 2026, there will be a range of possible tariff imposition, anywhere between 15 to 35%.
Yes, Mr. President. Tama
Yeah.
ho.
And my understanding also is that there is a formula that the rates will be adjusted by 5% points per 5% decrease in international rice prices. Is that correct? Beginning January 2026.
Yes, Mr. President, Secretary Balisacan told me that yes, it will be linked to international prices.
Yes.
But as we speak, they're crafting the guidelines on this mechanism, Mr. President.
Yes, and right now, I understand also that until the end of the year, there is this ban.
Yes,
On
Mr.
rice
President, may ban ho
imports.
until end of the year.
Yes,
Correct.
and because there is a ban, then and that's why I understand if the ban is lifted by first day of January, then the new tariff rates, depending on how it's computed, will take effect.
Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Now, my question is, when we say decrease or increase, how do we determine that? What is the benchmark? Because, for example, clearly from the time that the EO 62 was imposed up until today, rice prices in the world market have dropped from about $560 per metric ton to around as low as at least maybe 2 weeks ago, about $360 per metric ton. It was an all-time high of about $720 per metric ton at some point in 2023 or 2024, early 2024. But now it's about pretty much half. So when we say decrease or increase, what is your, or again, is it still being computed? May we be guided? The reason why while they're making the computations, we're asking this is because precisely we brought down the tariffs to increase supply of rice in the local markets by way of enticing or encouraging importers to buy rice with lesser tariffs. Kasi mataas ang presyo ng bigas sa world market. Eh, hindi ba dapat nung bumagsak na sa 360, hindi ba? From 360 from 540, hindi ba dapat sana yung 15% na-adjust na kaagad? I know we're doing that now. And therefore tapos na yon, but moving forward, how is the computation to be done? We'd like to better understand it.
Well, Mr. President, the way I understand it is the objective is to stabilize local rice prices.
Yes.
And whenever international prices go down way below local prices, they will impose certain tariffs, no? In order to stabilize the prices, or in short, yung imported rice will not be overly cheap compared to the local prices,
Yes,
and
because
vice versa,
it
Mr.
will have a
President.
direct impact on the incomes of our rice
Correct.
farmers, because why will we buy local rice which is much more expensive to produce when you can import it
Correct.
with very low tariffs, no? So yun, no?
So the tariffs will be based on how much international prices will fluctuate, Mr. President. But the objective is to stabilize the local prices so that farmers will still make money out of that stabilized local prices. But at the same time, we will stabilize supply also through importation. Pero
Yes.
hindi ho ganun kamura or not sobrang mura na makakaapekto po sa ating mga farmers.
Well, I'd like to, as was earlier mentioned by the good Secretary of DepDev, that they are still formulating the guidelines.
Yes. The overall guidelines is still
Yes.
being formulated.
But that has to be formulated in the next 2 weeks,
Yes, correct.
or month.
Yep.
I guess subject na lang to a submission to this representation and maybe the committee, so that we can better understand
Yes. Thank you.
moving forward and prepare our rice farmers, our rice traders, the sector would be interested to know how this is going to affect the trading of rice and importation of rice by January, by first quarter.
So, Mr. President, the Secretary Balikasan mentioned their target is hopefully by first week of December. The guidelines will be out already.
Yes, thank you. And it has a direct impact also on the prices of palay locally. This is precisely why the concern is to raise tariffs so that
Domestic prices will go up.
yes, and right now with the ban, we are monitoring rice palay prices. It went down as low as 8 pesos, but according to the PSA in October, it's now up to about almost 16 pesos per kilo of palay. So that there you can see the impact of managing the inflow of palay price of rice, imported rice into our markets. Apart from that, I'd like to think the traders are now concerned that because of the twin EOs, EO 100, wherein a minimum floor price for palay purchases was put in place when government purchases with directly from our farmers, and the floor price is for wet, it's up to 23 pesos, no? And the floor of 17 to 23 wet palay, and 23 to 30 per kilo for dry. And I think that also, in combination, together with the regulating the inflow of imported rice, and then establishing a floor price for government purchases of palay, both help in bringing up our palay prices. And therefore, we'd like to know how, moving forward by January 1, 2026, how the adjustments in the tariffs will play out so that we can anticipate its impact on palay prices. There will be a second harvest beginning February or March. So we would like to see how that will play out. And so we will await the guidelines to be set, to be approved by our economic managers. On the other hand, Mr. President, the drop in 50 to 15% of the tariffs definitely brought down our collection, our tariff collection. Do we have the data as to how much were foregone tariff collections from EO 62, bringing it down from 35 to 15? Because EO 62 was September 2024. We are now nasa November 2025 na tayo. So may higit isang taon na magkano ang hindi nakolekta. Some computations say about 25 billion. 29 billion. We ask this because these collections are supposed to go to the rice tariffication, mechanization, seedling production, distribution, assistance. And there is the new law, Republic Act 12078, provides that 30 billion are earmarked. So, kung hindi makolekta dahil nga binaba ang taripa dun sa 30 billion na naka-earmark, saan kukunin yung 30 billion?
Well, Mr. President, Secretary Recto mentioned that on the average, the foregone revenue is about 2 billion a month by reducing tariffs from 35 to 15%. And the total foregone revenue has already reached 20 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now the question is, does not this affect the mandate of Republic of 20078? Yes, that
Yes.
mandates a 30 billion allocation drawn from the tariff collections that will fund the rice program or the RCEF. And this is until year 2031.
Well, the 20 billion is just foregone revenue, but the agency, the DOF, still managed to collect more than 30 billion pesos. So, in other words, 30 billion can still be allocated to the earmark programs, Mr. President. Yeah. And if there is a shortfall on that earmark, the GAA will come into play, Mr. President. So in other words, we will allocate funds for the shortfall.
Yes, and now, which brings me now to the releases of funds by the DBM. My understanding is there have been communications between the Department of Agriculture and the DBM as to the amounts of 13.7 billion that have yet to be released, RCEF funds that have yet to be released. So, of course, our concern is if you've dropped tariffs and therefore there are foregone revenue, is that now a factor in not in the delay in the releases? But apparently the secretary says no, because we've been able to collect it anyway. So if that's the case, then may we know what the DBM intends to do with this unreleased RCEF funds of about 13.7 billion pesos. These figures were submitted to us by the DA. The reason that we're raising this is because across the board, various programs affecting the ability of the rice sector to be able to produce, improve its productivity is affected. Mechanization, seeds program, RCEF training and extension service, rice farmer financial assistance, expanded rice credit, are all affected. One immediate example would be some of the farmers are saying the seeds program, kinakailangan yung seedlings sa panahon ng pagtatanim. Pero lumampas na-delay na dahil nga hindi na pondohan. So pagdating ng seeds, tapos na yung planting season, hindi na umuulan, apektado. No? So may we know through the DBM, what is the status of the unreleased funds?
Well, the unreleased funds is recorded in the books of national government. So I think it's just a matter of cash management. So eventually it will be released later on. But I was advised by Secretary Recto that even there is an unreleased portion of 30 billion, DA continues to receive funds for their other programs to a tune of around that much, about 13 billion. So, and also to speak, we still have amounts in the unprogrammed funds that are being used for DA purposes.
Yes. Well, in that case, can we be updated, perhaps not now, but before we approve this on second reading, as to, is it still the amounts that are unreleased? Baka pwedeng magkaroon ng prioritization, lalo na dito sa seeds program. Kasi apektado ang anihan pagka hindi na ibigay sa tama. Meron pang
I was advised to date the balance is 9.7 billion. But we'll request from the agency a complete accounting of the RCEF funds.
Yes, please. So
Yeah.
so we're down from 13 billion to 9 billion
Yeah. So
unreleased.
nagre-release naman po. Nagre-release
Yes.
naman siya.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that
Mabagal
clarification.
lang because of cash management.
But just to place on record, and we hope moving forward we can address the delays, because
Sorry, Mr. President, I stand corrected. The balance is still 13 billion, but the collection is 9.7 billion, Mr. President. No, so we'll just request for an updated balance, Mr. President. We'll furnish your office.
yes, but just to place it on record, good sponsor, yung delay has ended up with several key programs being halted, the implementation.
Yes.
Mechanization support is on hold. The distribution of hundreds of hauling trucks and drying sheds are on hold. Training and extension programs of more than 18,000 beneficiaries are also on hold. And so all these will affect the performance of agriculture, the sector, Mr. President. And we'd like to see updates submitted maybe in the next 2 weeks.
Yes, Mr. President, we'll request from DBM
Yes.
an accounting of the RCEP funds, including the collection and the releases, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
We go on to another area. We raised this during the committee hearing that on the issue of smuggling, the Anti-Agriculture Economic Sabotage Law of 2024, when enacted, the law appropriated 500 million for its operations. And as of last September, during our first budget hearings, the fund had not been released. The DBM said this will be raised with the OP, if I'm not mistaken. But may we know if the funds have been released by the DBM? 500 million, 1 year later, had not been released.
This is, Mr. President, let me just clarify. This is to fight smuggling.
Yes, the Anti-Agriculture
Yeah,
Economic Sabotage.
sabotage.
What a tongue twister. No? The fact that you can't pronounce it effectively makes you wonder if they are performing effectively. But kidding aside.
Wala pa rin po, hindi pa rin release. I was just advised by the DepEd, by the DBM, Mr. President.
Again, may we have an update as to when this is going to be released? I asked this during our
Yeah.
budget hearing in September. It's already November. Seryoso ba tayo sa ating kampanya laban sa smuggling? 1 taon at mahigit na, wala pang pondo. Yung anti-economic.
Actually, matagal na ho nga yan. I remember when we were discussing the tobacco smuggling, apparently tobacco is included
Yes.
in the list of products that this anti-smuggling group can look into. But apparently, since this is lodged under the Office of the President, I was advised by the DBM that the Office of the President has not requested for the funds yet. Therefore, it has not been released yet, Mr. President.
My understanding is the Economic Sabotage Council, Anti-Economic has requested it. It has already been requested.
Mr. President, I was made to understand that it should be the Office of the President who should be making the request.
Yes, in fact, it was the Office of the President's representative, Secretary Go, who sits as the President's representative in the Anti-Economic Sabotage Council.
I was made to understand, Mr. President, wala pang request ang OP. Because it will be under OP and therefore OP should be the one requesting it to
On
create
record,
that council.
also on record, Secretary Amina Pangandaman in our budget hearing said that what is it again? The OP and they already did that the DBM had to endorse it to the OP. Has the DBM endorsed it to the OP?
Parang it's a chicken or the egg question, Mr. President. Sinasabi na ho nila wala pang request. So hindi nila
So again,
issue.
before we approve this on second reading, can we have a
Yes,
clearer...
we'll update two things, Mr. President. The balance of the RCEF and also a status report on the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Council, Mr. President.
Yes,
Well,
please, because
a clear
Better if in 2 weeks' time it's released before the second reading approval, because
And may I also request from DBM to reach out to the OP on this matter? Medyo matagal na ho yan, isang taon na nga. Actually, in fact, that's one of our recommendations in the smuggling of tobacco products in our country, Mr. President.
and
So-
I think after we go on BICAM, etc., then we will come back to ratify it. Up until that time, no, before BICAM, up until the second reading, perhaps you can come up with the release, or we might be constrained to seek a deferment until this is done. I don't think there's any excuse. It was passed in September 2024. It's already November 2025. We raised it during the budget hearings in September. I raised this with the Secretary Go himself in August when we met. So July, the council requested the DBM for its release in July. So
Well, Mr. President, we advised the DBM to coordinate with the OP, and considering that the letter of request was sent July, then there's no reason for them to withhold the release of the 500 million. So we'll
and more so if
tagal na ho yan eh.
and more so if Secretary Recto will now be the executive secretary.
So I'm sure the new executive secretary will look into this and
Ano bang nire-request nila? Pero MOE is already the amount or kulang pa yan? Yes. So anyway, he cannot officially make any statement considering that the announcement, he has not been personally informed. But we would like to hope
at least here in the halls of the Senate, he's still the Secretary of Finance.
But hopefully, assuming the reports are true, I'd like to think that we have made it clear that the budget should be released.
Yes, I agree with you. Like I said, this is one of the recommendations of when I was chairing the Committee on Ways and Means, one of our recommendations is to activate the Anti-smuggling, Agricultural Smuggling Council so that they can also look into the smuggling of tobacco products, which affects our tobacco farmers.
Yes, yes. And which brings me to my last point. Until now, we haven't jailed any
Wala pa yata, Mr.
smuggler.
President.
When, again, I will reiterate, the non-bailable offense of economic sabotage is 10 million pesos worth of agri-products. We have been confiscating billions of agri-products that have been smuggled. In the last 10 years, because the original law was 2016, non-bailable na yon. Pinalakas pa natin nitong 2024. Pero hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin wala pang nakukulong. Yung bodegero ang nakulong. Ando na yung produkto, nandun na yung kinumpis ka, daang milyon ang halaga, ang suma bilyon-bilyon, pero wala pang nasasampahan ng economic sabotage na 10 million ang threshold. Which is, for me, para tayong tinatawanan ng mga smuggler at mga financier. And this is most unfortunate, especially for our farmers and fisherfolk. Just the other day, I received the report of the Department of Agriculture, BPI, the Bureau of Plant Industry, because we were able to do an ocular on seized frozen chicken declared as chicken poppers. Value is about 12 million, again, above the threshold. And just the other day, the frozen chicken is positive for salmonella. And this is what we're bringing into the country. I had them test it for bird flu. Thankfully, it was not positive. But again, on record, ang nasa bat ay 12 million pesos, dalawang container. At sa totoo lang, ang realidad, sino ang magsasmuggle ng dalawang container? Ang tanong, ilang container ang nakalusot? Dalawa ang nasa bat, pero ang mga numero ay bilyon. So clearly, kung merong ganyang nasa bat, ilan ang nakalusot? Dalawang container nahuli. Baka 15 container nakalusot. Ayun na. And that's why hopefully we will finally have a funder, smuggler. And mind you, this is mostly China products. Where I'm told they buy it at salvage value. Ibig sabihin, patapon na. And then they bring it here. They put formalin and all other life-prolonging, shelf-life-prolonging interventions and sell it cheap. So, we are poisoning our consumers. We are destroying our local farmers industry, our livestock industry, our poultry industry, our vegetable industry. And that's why our food prices are very high. And this is a commitment that we gave our voters, that we would address challenges of agriculture food prices. So hopefully, ma-release naman bago matapos ang taon itong hinihingi na 500 million. Dami-dami nating pinopondohan. Sana naman pondohan natin itong pinasa at ine-endorso mismo ng presidente. Si presidente na mismo nagsabi. Yung mga smuggler nasa gobyerno rin eh. He said that publicly. At hindi nahuhuli. So I'm just taking the cue from the president. And Commissioner Ariel Nepomuceno, who was my contemporary in UP. Of course, I was a little bit older than he. But I understand the reason why he was brought in was precisely because we need to address the problem of smuggling. So hopefully, we will see concrete results in this regard. Okay na to. One last question on the sugarcane industry development act. Section 11 of the appropriations provides for 2 billion starting 2016. But only 1 billion is appropriated every year. May we be clarified? Is this under office of the president by
Well, apparently, Mr. President, the utilization is very low.
utilization is very low? Yeah, pero so perhaps I will raise this question with the Department of Agriculture.
Yes, apparently the utilization is only 50 to 60%, Mr. President. So, so that's why the DBM does not give them the entire amount, Mr. President, because of the utilization. So it's an absorptive capacity issue.
Okay, of course, it's mandated by the law. But having said that, and I understand the nuances of executive offices and agencies, and yes, many agencies are unable to absorb
Yes.
the funds allotted. But then we will then take this to the Department of Agriculture, of which I'm the one defending the measure.
Correct, Mr. President.
Yes, but thank you for this interpellation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to get the answers from our sponsor, and we wish the Secretary of Finance all the best, the Secretary of DepDev, Secretary of DBM, and all the attached agencies. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, distinguished sponsor. I terminate my interpellation subject to the submissions
The
that we are
submissions, Mr.
requesting
President.
before the approval on second reading. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you,
Pangilinan.
Senator Kiko, for your interventions. Maraming salamat po.
Majority
Thank you.
Leader,
We ask for minute suspension, Mr. President.
session is suspended.
Mr. President, maybe recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito to propound his questions.
To continue the interpellation,
That's correct.
Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Just like have just two questions for the chair. First, for regarding the foreign assisted projects under the program appropriations for next year, the portion of the loan proceeds under some of the foreign assisted projects of the DOTR was decreased under the GAB, specifically for the Metro Manila Subway and the North-South Commuter Rail. We proposed in the subcommittee to restore, but unfortunately, the GAB was adopted. By endorsing the restoration of the loan proceeds to their original amount under the NEP, we recognized the disadvantages of placing foreign assisted projects, or the FAPs, under the unprogrammed appropriations. Historically, releases under the unprogrammed appropriations occur only by the third quarter of the year. So nangyayari po, from the first to third quarter, there will be progress billings for the first 6 months that would accumulate and that will not be paid. The delays may compel contractors to suspend project activities, which in turn lead to prolongation, costs, and further setbacks in the project implementation. Ultimately, this scenario results in additional financial burdens, longer experience delays in the implementation of these projects, because this may affect our credit and financial standing. In fact, Mr. President, during 2024-2025, when the foreign assisted projects were lodged under unprogrammed funds, it really caused delays, and I think this has been the concern that was raised. I think it can be confirmed by the economic team, where it was raised by JICA to the President, noting that the project delays are largely attributed to the late release of funds under unprogrammed appropriations. Anyway, my question is, under the fiscal year 2026 National Expenditure Program, the NSCR and Metro Manila Subway were under the program appropriations. But I don't know if this was recommended by the DBM or the Department of Finance. Why is it that it was lodged? Why lodge a portion of it now in the unprogrammed funds?
Thank you for that question, Senator JV. And thank you also for making sure that we have enough funds for transportation infrastructure projects. You have been very vigilant and active in the debates and discussion of the DOTR budget, especially transportation projects of the government. And we do acknowledge that you have proposed to restore the budget of the NSCR, the North-South Commuter Railway System, as well as the Metro Manila subway projects. When we looked at the utilization rates of these two projects, the NSCR has a disbursement rate of only 41%, and the Metro Manila subway project has a disbursement rate of 36%. So when we were evaluating the two projects, the conclusion here is, since there is already 48 billion for NSCR in the GAB and 34 billion for the Metro Manila subway projects in the GAB, these amounts will be enough to cover all of their requirements come 2026, because the utilization rate is not up to speed. Nevertheless, I think this is also one of the items that the administration, particularly the economic managers, will focus on to improve the usage and the utilization rates of the two projects. So that's why, because when on the other side of the coin, if we do increase the amounts for the two projects, masasayang lang po yung pera because their utilization rate is below 50%. So we would rather allocate the funds to other transportation projects so that those projects will be realized.
Well, thank you for that answer. Anyway, because the DOTR said that by now the North-South Commuter Line and Metro Manila Subway has gone full blast, no? Comparing it 2 years ago, and they promised to have better utilization this time. But we just want to get the commitment and assurance of the DBM that even if a portion of it is now lodged in the unprogrammed appropriations, its release will be given priority to ensure that the timely implementation of these critical infrastructure projects.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm truly honored na yung bagong DBM OIC kino-coach po ako, no?
Baptism of fire, Mr. President.
Nagulat rin ho siya na pala yung OIC, Mr. President. No, so it's truly an honor. Yusek Toledo, na-promote ka lang in last 10 minutes. No? So Mr. President, the timing of the disbursement for the Metro Manila Subway is in Q1, quarter 1 and quarter 2, as well as the North-South Commuter Railways, Q1 and quarter 1 and quarter 2. The good thing about our setup in the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President, is we limited it to only 3 items: foreign assisted, GOP counterpart, and the military. So in other words, wala na siyang kaaway na pondo, Mr. President. Wala na siyang kaaway na sa GIP fund or the other funds. Kaagad, pag may lumabas na new or additional appropriations, it will go straight to the foreign assisted projects.
Well, that's good to hear, Mr. President. In fact, last week, the Japanese ambassador came to see me and inquire about this issue, about the FAPs that, and we said that we will do our best to make sure that it will be now lodged under the program appropriation, so that what happened the past 2 years when it was lodged in the unprogrammed funds really had that, I would say, had a bad effect, no? For the JICA and the Japanese embassy to go to the president and complain about this. So
I agree, Mr. President. Mr. President, when the NEP was submitted, a portion of the GOP counterpart was already in the unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President, about to a tune of about 38 billion, Mr. President. So it was already lodged under the unprogrammed appropriations. So it was a significant amount. So it's very difficult for us to move it to the program. What we made sure is the timing of the release. I think that's the most important. So ngayon na wala na siyang kaaway sa pondo, it will be assured that the release will be on a timely manner, and the requirement to come up with the GOP counterpart will be there, Mr. President, as opposed to becoming uncertain, Mr. President.
well, that's good to hear. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President. No, because right now, probably we are facing one of the darkest hours in our government's history because of this biggest scandal that we are facing right now. Ang problema natin in the international community, there's no good news right now. And I'm hoping that through this, to the infrastructure projects, to these big ticket items, that there is a glimmer of hope for foreign direct investments to look forward to, na hindi pa ni bad news. So I think this is where we can at least show that the country, while there's an ongoing scandal investigation, but we are moving forward. And this is very important. That's why I would like to get the assurance of the economic team, the DBM, Department of Finance, that this will be indeed be prioritized, so that This is already JICA and Japan and our creditors, so that this will not affect also our credit and financial standings in the international community. So at least meron namang glimmer of hope that we are indeed doing something so that foreign investments could still look to invest or consider the country. Kahit na meron tayong kinakaharap na problema, by prioritizing all of this, at least meron tayong hope, no, that we are doing something to improve and stimulate economic growth in the future.
Mr. President, again, I thank the good gentleman for really scrutinizing and pushing for transportation projects here in our country. We badly need those transportation projects, and with this setup in the unprogrammed funds, Mr. President, we're very confident that the GOP counterparts related to those projects will be realized, Mr. President.
And I'm confident because there's no more Mr. Ko who had the appropriations na nilagay sa unprogram lahat to.
Correct,
Before,
Mr. President. Oo.
nilagay yung kanilang projects sa priority program, while the priority projects, the foreign assisted projects were lodged under the unprogrammed appropriations. And I'm glad that with the Senator Gatchalian, with yours heading now the Finance Committee, I'm sure that you will not allow this to happen, so that we will be able to improve our credit and financial standing, especially when it comes to ADB, our JICA, and our of course the Japanese government, who have been very supportive of our infrastructure projects.
Thank you, Mr. President, and rest assured that we will make sure that these projects will not encounter delay this coming new year, Mr. President.
Last point, Mr. President, with regards to the bago lang din yung BIR natin, newly appointed, at 2-3 days ago. Is he here? The new BIR? Miss Wia is here. Okay, anyway, I'm sure it's not yet here, but I'm hoping that you will take note of this, because the BIR has intensified its campaign to strengthen tax monitoring and collection. While we recognize the support these heightened efforts, concerns have been raised regarding the excessive issuance of letters of authority, or LOAs. It was brought to our attention, particularly in the discussion with the European Union ambassador, the chambers of American and European chambers of commerce, even our colleagues, Senator Zubiri, that the Lord had the chance to talk to them, and that they complained that the excessive use of LOAs by the BIR has raised serious concerns among foreign investors. Such practice, if not carefully regulated, may create an atmosphere of uncertainty among businesses and discourage foreign investors who may perceive it as a sign of unpredictability or overreach in tax administration. It is therefore important to strike a balance between ensuring compliance and maintaining a stable and investor-friendly business climate. The challenges and uncertainties in the regulatory and tax environment act as a deterrent to potential foreign investors, contributing to the Philippines' lower ranking in the FDI restrictiveness indices compared to other ASEAN countries. My question is, what initiatives are being pursued by the DOF or BIR to ease investor apprehension regarding the perceived overissuance of LOAs, which has been linked to a decline in investor confidence?
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, I raised the same issue during the organizational meeting of the Committee on Ways and Means, because I remember among us senators, this issue came out during our conversation that the LOAs are weaponized. No? Sabi nga ni Senator JV na weaponized siya. And more often than not, the taxpayer would settle for a lower amount but given to parang under the table yung pagbibigay. Pero ito kasi mga foreign investors to, These are foreigners and they won't dare to undervalue their tax declaration. So in that hearing, Mr. President, Senator JV, part of the reason also why a lot of these LOAs are happening is because the submission of documents are not complete or not accurate, or some of the documents are not in line with the requirements of the BIR. So we suggested to the BIR to also come up with information campaigns to the foreign companies. No, para yung mga foreign companies, maalam rin nila kung ano po yung kanilang i-submit. And if the LOA stem from lack of knowledge, then the BIR should do it proactively, because we don't want the LOAs to be used to pressure foreign investors, especially those who are here already in the Philippines doing business. So aside from that, Commissioner, do you want to add? Yeah, the new commissioner mentioned to me, Mr. President, that he will also review the policy on issuance of LOA. So because the LOAs, before all of these documents that are supposed to be submitted by the taxpayer, the LOA should have a basis. No, kasi kung walang basis, hindi naman mag-i-issue ng LOA. So he will also review now the basis for the LOAs and also the policy in issuing a letter of authority, Mr. President. So the new commissioner is here, and he recognizes that the taxpayers are the lifeblood of our country, and especially foreign investors who are here, nasa atin na, nasa bansa na natin sila. Pag masama experience nila, masama rin ang magiging imahe ng ating bansa.
Mr. President, if I may just interject, with the permission of the two gentlemen. Yeah, yung ano lang, that's the frequent complaint, because I met with the Chamber of Commerce, American Chamber of Commerce, European Chamber of Commerce, with about 8 ambassadors. Their real complaint is that na the LOAs. And then ang nangyayari, nagkaka-under the table transactions. And also, my business folks, friends from Cagayan de Oro, sa basic Cagayan de Oro, ano na rin, nagiging ano na, parang sabi nila, it's that time of the year again. Na pupuntahan sila at LOA, negotiate, yung cheque, portion cheque, karamihan cash. Natatakot naman sila magsumbong, boss. Kasi kung magsumbong sila, alam naman nila, patay sila. Maharas sila. Is there a better way of is there like a system? Can we study best practices from other countries? Like how do they do it in Indonesia? How do they do it in Malaysia? How do they do it in Vietnam? Because these chambers are not complaining their secretary. They don't complain. There must be a system, right? So I was with your brother yesterday. I will not mention which brother, but your brother was telling me that same problem because of the wife. His wife was also harassed with LOA. And you know who I'm talking about. Kapatid mo yan, sister-in-law mo. And we were just talking about this last night. Kaya sabi ko nga, lahat naman ako, negosyante din ako eh. I'm also a businessman. So we all have that same problem. I don't want to pick a fight with the BIR. Nobody wants to pick a fight with the BIR. With due respect, sir, nobody wants to pick a fight with you. Natatakot kami lahat kasi at the end of the day, kami maiwan doon, di ba? Pero there must be a system in place. Hindi naman pwedeng ganun. I'm the author of the Ease of Doing Business. So kaya nga, dapat walang kakulangan kasi under the Ease of Doing Business, we have a Citizens Charter which enumerates 1 to 20. Let's take 1 to 20 requirements. Yun na yun. Hindi pwede manganak yung requirement. And I notice pag mga permits, you're applying for permit certificates and licenses. Nanganganak yung requirements. Bawal yan under the Ease of Doing Business law. That's why we created ARTA. That's my baby, ARTA. So, sabi ko lang, sana boss, you're new. I hope that you can come up with some sort of system na talagang you can see the foreign direct investment is down. Something must be going wrong. Something must be going wrong. Nobody wants to invest in the Philippines. They're afraid. And those who want to invest in the Philippines only want to do it in PEZA zones, Mr. Secretary. They only want to do it, Senator Ralph, in the PEZA zones. They do not want to go to Bukidnon and open up a shop plant there They don't want to go into Valenzuela or San Juan unless it's an eco zone. Kung hindi eco zone, ayaw nila makipag-deal sa lahat ng government agencies. There must be a problem. And I'm down to my last 2 years. And you know, when I started, I was so idealistic. I was part of the Spice Boys. Old Spice namin yan, si Val Precto kasama namin, Old Spice. At that time, we were idealistic. And now, you know what? At the end of the day, in my last 2 years, I'm like, nothing changed. Nothing happened. Nothing's still the same. They just became more crafty on how to do it, how to make, Dilensya. So yun sana, in my last 2 years, maybe we can see some sort of shift. And I think this is an eye-opener, what's happening now. Talagang eye-opener. Somebody said it has to get worse before it gets better. We need a reset button. I think we're number 3 in all the countries of ASEAN, the most corrupt. Wow. Wala na talaga. So, nakalimutan nga yung ibang agencies na kasi nakafocus na lang lahat sa DPWH. The DPWH made them all look like Boy Scouts, right? But the problem is it's still there. So maybe the commissioner, boss, we wish you luck. We will regalo you a bulletproof vest if you want. Be sure to be careful with the food that you eat. But you have to do the reforms. Kasi kung wala, I'm sure the commissioners, slightly younger than me, we all have families, the secretaries' families. Ganito na lang ba? Pagkatapos ng 2028, becomes worse than ever. So yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. I just wanted to give my 2 cents worth. I only remember this because I was with your brother last night and we were talking about this because of your sister-in-law complaining with her family business. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Majority Floor Leader, with the indulgence of Senator JV.
Go ahead, Senator Tulfo.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the BIR, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Commissioner. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for being appointed by the President as the new commissioner. And second, of course, all I can say is that, we'll be losing a good leader at the Department of Finance. Executive Secretary Office will be gaining a very good leader. Unfortunately, I really don't know what's going to happen. Pero, sir, tama po si Senator Migs. You really need to do something about this, your people sa baba. They are using that letter of authority in making money. Kung sa DPWH may flood control, sa BIR po is yung tinatawag na LOA or LOA. I have a lot of businessman friends and they're complaining. They even complained to my brother, Senator Rafi. Pareho ho, magkaiba yung mga kaibigan namin pero mabuti ho sana kung malalaking businessman eh. Ultimo mga maliliit, pinapatos eh. Ultimo yung mga hindi naman corporations, single proprietorship na business ang target nila. May LOA. Eh syempre ayaw ho nila magambala, then mareglo na lang kasi kahit na kompleto ho yung binayad, lahat ho may diresibo, some BIR inspectors, yung mga examiners, hahanapan po ng butas. Kulang ka ng ganito, kulang ka ng ganon. Saan yung ganito, saan yung ganon. Patingin nga ng ganito. Minsan, magbabacktrack pa ng 5-6 years ago. Saan ho nila hahanapin? I think, Mr. Commissioner, my advice is like, you have to review this kasi ginamit po yung LOA in money making ng mga tao po sa baba. All right? You really need to do something about it. Pangalawa po, hindi po ako believe sa mga regional directors ho ninyo. I think you need to do something. You need to reshuffle your regional directors. Kasi po, they're non-performing. They're not performing, I'm telling you. Pakitignan na lang ho, Mr. Commissioner. Okay. Tama po si Senator Mix. Ayaw po namin kaaway ang BIR. Eh, lahat naman siguro tayo. Pero ang pakiusap ko siguro, sir, what we will support you, definitely. Myself and my brother will support you. Kung anong reforms ang gagawin niyo po dyan, we will help you. We will be backing you. Hindi lang po siguro kami, pati si Senator Win Gatchalian. Kung may mga plano po kayo. But I do believe it's high time that you do something there. You have to reform that agency. Kasi po, para ngayon, yan po ang pangalawa ngayon sa Department of Public Works and Highways, the most corrupt agency, yan po ang BIR. So I believe, kaya siguro kayo nilagay dyan ng Pangulo because na may tiwala po siya and kami rin po naniniwala na you can do something about it. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Senator JB, thank you.
Senator Loren Legarda is recognized.
The BIR is very close to my heart because one of my first jobs at 21 years old was to anchor a public affairs program called Progress Get Involved. And that was a program of the Bureau of Internal Revenue with Commissioner Ancheta and Commissioner Toledo. And Jerry Flores, who retired from the BIR, was my co-host. That was long before when you were kindergarten. Anyway, but that is not the point. And I will say this as a fact, pero lilinawin ko, hindi ko po linalahat. Maraming mabubuti, magagaling, na mga tao din doon, gaya ng ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. I would just like to say this. A few weeks ago, I will not name the ambassadors, just like Senator Subiri, I was asked to a breakfast meeting by the EU ambassadors who do not wish to be named. Long table. Yes. And they expressed extreme alarm over what's happening in the country. And I thought they were going to ask me about the flood control issues. And instead they said that that can be solved. You just bring down the cost and you make sure there's no corruption, and that is solved. But the bigger problem is the foreign-owned companies who are in the Philippines are having big problems, and that is with the Bureau of Internal Revenue. I hate to say this because I still believe in the goodness of the Filipino. And I believe there are many good women and men in the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And when they told me that, I could not answer. They told me many things, and I told them, it would be best, can you please write me a letter from their foreign chambers of commerce so that it is in writing, and give me the names of the companies that have received the letter of authority repeatedly, even after they've paid the correct taxes. It breaks my heart to say this because I looked at the BAR as my family when I was 21 years old that launched my television career. And I'm certain maraming matitino, matatalino, mababait, masisipag, just like in government. But they were very serious and they said, how can we bring in foreign investors when even those who are here wish to leave? It broke my heart. I could not answer. And I said, please give me the names of the companies and what went on. But they said, we'll just make it a general letter. And I decided I wasn't going to rise. But Senator Subiri said, why don't you say it as well? Because the meeting with you was different from our meeting. And it was more than a dozen EU ambassadors. Yes. So I just put that on record, Mr. President, still believing in the goodness of people in government, and there are, in the goodness of the Filipino, that mauungusan natin lahat ito. And when I faced them and I could not give them the answer on how to reform the so-called LOA system and the subsequent alleged, I always say alleged, informal meetings that brought to probably the exchange of money, I am not certain because I cannot judge. I don't have the details. So I put it on record because my colleagues had also received similar information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. Just to continue, of course, we wish our new BIR commissioner the luck and also our support for the reforms, hopefully that he will be instituting in the Bureau of Internal Revenue. But just to end, siguro susugan ko lang yung sinabi kanina, nabanggit po ni Senator Tulfo. Sa report po sa atin, nag-issue po ng LOA sa isang company, sa isang kumpanya, pero kasama po ang past years na bayad na ang tax sa mga taong yon. Yung isa naman po, isang LOA containing multiple taxable years. May isa din pong report sa atin na ang tax assessment ay 100 million, pero nagkaroon ng settlement na ibinaba sa 75 million. Ayusin na lang daw ang resibo. These are just some of the instances wherein there is questionable process. For the record, Mr. President, Your Honor, may we know the present policy or rule with regards to this para malaman din po ng ating makabayan na yung po sa with regards to the LOA, yung po bang past years when already settled, could the BIR still issue LOA regarding those years that were already settled?
Well, Mr. President, ang rule ay hindi na ho pwedeng balikan, no? But the law is very specific to what type of taxes you are paying or what type of taxes you have paid. So for example, kung nagbayad ka na ng income tax, dapat hindi na ho balikan yung income tax mo. Pero kung hindi ka pa nagbayad ng VAT, pwede na lang mag-issue ng LOA sa VAT, no? So ganun po yung procedures. And the LOAs are typically ini-issue ho yan kung merong deficiency in tax, no? Kung wala naman pong deficiency, dapat wala hong LOA, no? But I join our colleagues in clamoring for reforms. Talagang matagal na ho natin, actually from our private sector days until now, ganun pa rin. Talagang aminado tayo na merong ilan sa mga BIR employees ginagamit talaga ito for money-making activities. So dapat rin po maimbestigahan yung mga gumagawa nito at maparusahan, paalisin sa ahensya. Importante rin na Commissioner yung disiplina, no? Kasi kung merong mga notorious dyan, tanggalin na rin para hindi na pa ulit-ulit. I'm sure may mga notorious dyan na ginagawa ng money-making activities ho nila, no? So yun po, Senator JB.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senator Gatchalian. Anyway, we wish our former Finance Secretary, now Executive Secretary, has given his trust and confidence in the new BIR Commissioner. So we wish you all the luck. And I'm hoping that the agency can guarantee that adequate safeguards and internal mechanisms would be put in place so that any form of corruption, ito pong pag-weaponize sa LOAs, would be prevented in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator JV, for that very important intervention. And now that we have a new commissioner here, I'm very sure that he will take our comments and sentiments very seriously. And hopefully next budget wala na ganitong reklamo, Commissioner, dahil kailangan ho natin action kaagad. So maraming salamat. Thank you, Senator JV. Thank you, Commissioner.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe Senator Risa still has 3 more questions. Last few questions. May I recognize Senator Risa on the Veros, Mr. President.
Senator Rizal de Veros, recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Salamat po, Mr. President. With Chairman, huling ilang mga tanong na lamang from this representation. So, unless na itanong na po ito at napag-usapan nyo with Senator Pangilinan on modernizing warehousing for rice. Hindi matapos-tapos ang problema ng NFA na naluluma, nasisira na lamang yung mga bigas sa kanilang warehouses. Dadami pa lalo ang bigas na iimbakin sa susunod na taong 2026. Makakatulong sana dito ang mga polisiya ng GPPB para sa mas maayos na logistics at warehousing para sa ating mga ahensya. Pinaglaban ang mandatong iyan ng GPPB sa pagpasa ng bagong Government Procurement Act. So, na-review na po ba, Mr. Chairman, ng GPPB yung kaso ng NFA sa kanyang inefficient at non-transparent warehousing operations? Kasama na po yung disposition ng mga aging o kaya expiring stocks. At kung oo, ano pong mga rekomendasyon meron ang GPPB? At huli kailan kaya tayo makakatanggap ng technical report tungkol dito, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, thank you. And Senator Risa, thank you for that question. I was advised by the DBM that yung mga warehousing and inventory system the operations and management rest under the procuring entity. So sila ho talaga ang merong jurisdiction when it comes to warehousing and inventory. So nasa procuring entity po yung decision making.
I see. So ibig pong sabihin, Mr. Chair, walang ni kahit kaunting oversight ang GPPB o suasion na pwede siyang i-exert kahit kaugnay ng mga procuring entities, Mr. Chair?
Dito po sa New Procurement Act under Section 19, the procuring entities may adopt a general system of warehousing and cloud-based inventory of procured goods. So, nasa procuring entity ho talaga yung jurisdiction. But I think the GPBB can probably give advice, give suggestions to the procuring entity since sila po talagang in charge sa mga procurement aspects of our government. So
Yes.
I think in that sense, pwede silang magbigay ng mga advice.
Salamat po para doon, Mr. Chair, para at least magkaroon ng kahit dotted line
Yes,
between
correct.
GPPB at saka mga procuring entities para pwede nilang mapagtulungang i-review yung ganitong mga kaso and i-improve yung management nung mga warehouses ng lalo na ng NFA. And siguro habang sisimulan o susubukan ito ng GPPB, maybe in the coming months and years, we could hear from GPPB ano yung mga rekomendasyon niya para to also serve as input to us kung anong legislative support na pwede natin gawin para sa pagpapasaayos nung warehousing processes na yan, Mr. Chair.
We'll request from GPPB and DBM to submit to us their recommendation insofar as how procuring entities should manage your warehousing and inventory systems.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Dako na po ako sa health devolution. Kasi hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin fully na-devolve ang health services kahit pa meron na tayong detalyadong 400-page na devolution transition plan para sa health. So, bakit kung ganun, bakit po sa DOH pa rin nakalagay ang pondo para sa mga serbisyong dapat yung mga LGUs ang gagawa na, no? Tulad ng pagpondo sa mga DOH bukas centers, Mr. Chair?
The way I understand it, Senator Risa and Her Honor, is itong mga pagpopondo ng bukas centers, super health centers, this forms part of the capability building of the LGUs. And nung nagkaroon kami ng hearing ni Senator Pia during the budget of the DOH, I understand that itong mga projects are entered into partnership with the LGUs. So meaning the LGUs provide the manpower, the utility, yung mga support. Sila rin magmamanage nitong mga health centers at bukas centers. Pero ang construction will come from national government. So parang partnership siya. No? And admittedly, not all LGUs have the capability of putting up these facilities. And the concept that they are also applying, especially sa bukas centers, naintindihan ko sa hearing, is primary care to. So instead of going, halimbawa, may sipon ka lang o meron kang sakit, hindi ka diretso sa hospital because the hospitals, napupuno sila kaagad. So kung mga simple illnesses, they can go to the bukas centers or they can go to the health centers and thereby declogging the hospitals from simple or ordinary illnesses.
Oh, salamat, Mr. Chair. That is the importance of precisely a primary healthcare oriented universal healthcare system. And kahit sa loob ng ganyang sistema, when there are these partnerships between DOH and LGUs, well, ini-imagine ko na habang nakakapacitate yung mga LGUs, there should probably come a time dun sa devolution transition plan na yon, which is 400 pages long, na eventually yung LGU na talaga fully capacitated nagpapatakbo. So eventually, a few years up the road, na yung budget para dun sa pagpapatakbo ng, halimbawa nga, bukas centers, naka-lodge na sa LGUs. Kumbaga, maha-hand over na ng DOH after training the LGUs, Mr. Chair.
I think eventually ganun po magiging setup natin.
Okay.
The capability and capacity of the LGUs are uneven.
True.
Like here in Metro Manila, alam ko all 17 LGUs kaya na nila pondohan yung kanilang primary care all the way to tertiary. In fact, some of the LGUs may tertiary hospital. But in some places, mga municipalities, they still need the support of national government to help them with their primary care facilities. No? Kasi pag natulungan sila, madideclog rin natin yung mga hospitals natin, especially the DOH hospitals. No? So the concept there is you help the LGUs so that we can declog the national hospitals.
And if I remember correctly, Mr. Chair, nung unang iniro-roll out yung implementation ng UHC Act, there were like 30 plus, please correct me if I'm wrong, 30 plus areas around the country na unang iro-roll out yon. So I imagine yung ganitong devolution transition plan, posibleng dun din unang magka-come to fruition in terms of the LGUs, the capacitated LGUs actually running facilities like the bukas centers.
I think that the tricky part with devolution is how do you address the uneven capacity of LGUs?
Yes.
What's the right formula or the equitable formula to capacitate the less, I guess, the smaller LGUs para they can also give services equally to their constituents. They can give services to their constituents equally as good as those who have the capacity. Yun po yung tricky part doon.
And which should be at the heart of a good devolution transition plan.
Yes, correct.
And
So
eventually, over time, in phases, magagabayan din tayo
I
sa
agree.
Kongreso how to budget,
yeah,
not overnight, but in phases.
correct. So it's you have to look
Mr.
at this
Chair.
as a long-term
Yes.
transition. No? So, but you're absolutely correct, and I know that national government is also looking at this long-term transition.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And maybe therefore, susuportahan kaya ng DOF at ng DBM ang pag-develop halimbawa ng co-financing o counterparting sa pagitan ng national government at mga LGUs para suportahan ang devolution. Again, in batches or in phases, gaya ng DOH devolution transition.
Yes,
plan, Mr. Chair.
a resounding yes from
Okay.
the Executive Secretary, Senator Secretary Ralph Recto. And I think this coming 2026 mag-uumpisa na ho yan. Like I mentioned, maraming mga agencies are looking into counterparting so that they can execute their projects fast and simultaneously. So the Department of Education is looking at that. The Department of Agriculture is looking at that. So natuto na sila na i-liberalize yung execution of projects.
Okay. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Exciting to look forward to that sa ating annual budget making exercises in the next several years.
Yes.
Salamat po. So huling tanong na lang po from this representation sa ating general principles on create incentives for calamity affected businesses. Maraming mga negosyo nga ang nahihirapan bumangon matapos ng nakaraang mga kalamidad. So tinitignan po ba ng DOF na bigyan ng tax incentives na nakapaloob sa bagong create law yung mga negosyong nasalanta ng mga nakaraang lindol at bagyo para yung mga yon ay makabangon muli, Mr. Chair?
Under Section 297 of the Tax Code, which creates the create law, ang the FIRB has the power to formulate time-bound and specific projects or activities for inclusion in the SIPP during periods of recovery from calamities. So, in other words, ngayon na marami tayong tinamaan na areas like Cebu, no? Ito highly industrialized province. Pwedeng gumawang FIRB ng incentive package for those type of areas, no? And it's a very good point that you raised, Senator Risa. So nakikinig po yung mga kasamahan natin sa FIRB. So I'm sure they're listening and they'll come up with mechanisms to help industries in that area.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure the Chair can lead the Chamber also in partnering FIRB in this exercise, and of course, yung mga business communities mismo, yung private sectors dun sa mga apektadong mga probinsya, lalo na nitong nakaraang mga natural disasters, Mr. Chair.
I was just conferring with the head of FIRB. Actually, the corporations can already apply. For example, you are a registered business enterprise, so and your operations were disrupted because of the earthquake. Diba? May mga earthquake at typhoon. They can already apply to access this additional support from the FIRB. But this is on a case-to-case basis right now. But it's within their powers to assist corporations or registered business enterprises affected during the calamities.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. And siguro katulad nung paalala natin sa mga agencies tulad ng FIRB, which were existing at the time, say, of the pandemic, baka FIRB can also proactively inform yung mga korporasyon dun sa mga calamity-affected areas na baka hindi nila alam na may maganyang window sa loob ng CREATE, and para ma-draw in sila kaagad na i-partner na yung gobyerno sa pag-rehabilitate at pag-start up muli nung domestic economies natin sa iba't ibang probinsya.
Yes, but I'm sure the FIRB is listening tonight, so they'll take the suggestion of Her Honor.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, Chair, for sa iyong pasensya sa nakaraang 3 kalahating round ko and for getting our plenary interpellation on the general principles off to a very substantive start. Hindi lang po para sa representasyong ito, but based on my listening, para po sa lahat ng ating mga kasama. So, salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Risa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, Majority
Next
Leader.
to propound a few questions, our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because I have colleagues who will be asking me these questions when I defend the budget of DOH, and the answer cannot come from DOH, I have to propound this question now, Mr. President, to our chairperson of the Committee on Finance and to our outgoing Secretary of Finance. Congratulations, sir, to our friend and former colleague. Okay, Mr. President, I've asked that it be shown on the screen, but in the meantime, this is about the sin tax, which our colleague Senator Lauren has already raised. But I just want to support her concerns and at the same time raise a few more issues on this matter. So this is purely on the sin tax collection. The sin tax collection is based on the certification provided by BIR, no? So we don't argue about what that is. I didn't make up the amount. DOF didn't make up the amount. BIR, that of course is under EF, provides a certification on what these amounts are. So for the 2026 budget, the earmark sin tax is 69.78 billion. And what is provided in the National Expenditure Program, the NEP, is 53.26 billion. So the deficit is 16.52 billion. Are you trying to load it? Okay. Anyway, I'll go on as we try to load. And then I'll go backwards until 2023. So 4 na taon lang naman to. In 2025, the earmark sin tax amount was 69.81 billion. What was provided in the NEP and also in the GAA, by the way, that also wala pang GAA yung 2026. So what was provided in the NEP of 2025 was 53.13 billion, and therefore, but the GAA was 0. So the deficit was 69.81 billion. And for that reason, I objected to this outcome when I signed the GAA. And then in 2024, the sin tax earmarked was 79.01 billion. Provided in the NEP was 80.28 billion. Provided in the GAA was 40.28 billion. So the deficit was 38.73 billion. And finally, in 2023, the earmarked amount was 83.90 billion pesos. The NEP provided for 79 billion pesos. The GAA provided for 79 billion pesos, same as the NEP. And the deficit is 4.90 billion. So the total of these 4 years, the deficit is 129.96 billion. Dear colleagues, sa dami pa ng sinabi natin, sa dami ng argument natin na maglalagay pa ba tayo ng dagdag na maipip, yung zero balance budget ba, zero balance billing sa mga ospital, mababayaran ba? Yung mga specialty hospitals na dinikit natin sa regional hospitals, may pangbayad ba dun sa mga procedures sa mga pasyente? Ito na yung sagot. Kasi by law, this is supposed to go to PhilHealth, 129.96 billion. Sandali lang, administrative matter, bakit natatagalan? Para we don't have to memorize the figures. Okay, loading. O sige, so I will keep on talking while we are loading. Meanwhile, in addition to the sin tax earmarking, there is also earmarking from the revenues of PCSO and PAGCOR from 2019 to 2025. That amount is 106.95 billion. So together, that is already 236 billion pesos. Now, I understand that there is a provision in the Universal Healthcare Act and I will read this. It says, regarding the PAGCOR and PCSO earmarking, provided that the funds raised for this purpose shall be transferred to PhilHealth at the end of each quarter, subject to the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. 5 taon na. Siguro naman pumasa-pasa na tayo dito sa budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulation. From 2019 to 2025, wala pa rin tayong maibigay, mailabas na pera earmarked from PCSO and PAGCOR. And I recall in the hearing, what hearing was that? Where PAGCOR spoke up? Was that my hearing? What hearing was that? Online gambling ba yun? Sinabi ni PAGCOR na nagre-remit na sila. So nasa treasury na itong pera na ito. 106.95 billion, my dear colleagues. Finally, the last amount is yun ngang tinanggal sa PhilHealth na 60 billion na mukha namang, well, binabalik ng House by way of the GAB. So now, with all that, we would have 296.91 billion. But what remains to be seen is makumpleto itong deficit na 129.96 billion and the PCSO and PAGCOR of 106.95 billion. We cannot not do anything about it. The law requires that these amounts are delivered to PhilHealth. Even if there is the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules, siguro naman may natira pa dyan pagkatapos kaltasin ng kung ano man ang kailangan kaltasin because baka may hindi sumunod sa budgeting rules, accounting rules. But that's 106.95 billion and not a cent, from my understanding, has been transmitted. So that is the situation, Mr. President, dear colleagues, and we'd be happy to hear a short response from DOF on this. Thank you, Mr. President. So for the information of the body, the numbers are on the screen. This is just with regards to syntax. And then just add the 106 from PCSO and PAGCOR and the 60 billion that was removed from PhilHealth.
Thank you, Senator Pia, for those very important questions. And thank you also for being very vigilant with the amounts necessary to support the PhilHealth. From the way I understand it from the explanation of the DBM is the amounts are earmarked. However, the power to appropriate still lies with Congress. So apparently, there's an amount that is supposed to be earmarked, but the reason why not the entire amount is not allocated, not appropriated, is because that power rests with Congress. So during the submission of budget to the DBM, it's a DBM that recommends the amount, typically lower than the earmark value. And that earmark value then becomes appropriated by Congress. But Congress also has the power to increase it if it, or decrease it actually. Decrease it. We saw that in 2025 where Congress actually eliminated everything. So in short, meron naman pong kapangyarihan ang Kongreso na taasan kung tingin nila kailangan taasan.
Mr. President, does the DOF in their explanation to His Honor differentiate between the handling of the syntax earmarking and the PCSO and PAGCOR, or did the answer His Honor give apply to both?
Walang ganun siya ng subject, wala. It shall be allocated in use exclusive.
Yes, that applies to the other sources, Mr. President.
What, sorry, what other sources?
The sources from PCSO,
Okay, sige.
sources from
So is his honor, is the chairman saying that DOF is saying that the answer his honor just gave me applies only to the PAGCOR and PCSO earmarking and not to syntax?
syntax also. And also the syntax. Here, the sources are from syntax, from PAGCOR, from PCSO, premium contributions of members,
Okay.
annual appropriations of DOH, and national government subsidy to PhilHealth. So it applies to all of those sources.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then I humbly submit that DOF does not know the law because RA number 11346 on syntax specifically states the provision of existing law to the contrary notwithstanding 50% of the total revenues collected from the excise tax on sugar sweetened beverages, and this goes for tobacco and the sugar sweetened beverages, the same provision, shall be allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. That is what the law says, 80% to PhilHealth for the implementation of RA number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Healthcare Act. This is what it says, to be used, allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. What else is there to say as lawmakers? Ano pang language ang kailangan gamitin para siguraduhin na ganito ang paggamit ng pondong ito? There is nothing here that is subject, as a law student, it says, we are taught, if it's clear, you don't have to give another meaning. It is very clear. It shall be allocated and used exclusively in the following manner. Now, for DOF to tell the chairman that they are using their explanation that the power to appropriate still has to go through DBM. There is a different provision for PAGCOR and PCSO, which I already read into the record. It says, subject to the usual budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. Walang ganon ang syntax. Pero pare-parehong hindi rin nakakarating. Kahit naman merong phrase na subject to the usual budgeting, auditing, and accounting and auditing rules and regulations, siguro naman, meron naman mere-remit, hindi naman lahat hindi na remit. That is like catastrophic. Like that means somebody is not doing their job because 106 billion has not been remitted in 5 years. So what is wrong with the way that these funds were set aside if it will never go to the purpose it was intended? Not even 5%, Mr. Chairman, not 10%, not 20%, not 1%. So I rest my case because kailangan malumig pa ang ulo ko pag defend ko ng DOH. That is why, Senator Lauren, do not ask me that question because I cannot answer it. I cannot find logic in the explanation given to me. If you will, no, you can ask it. I'm just kidding. But I'm saying I cannot invent an answer when I cannot find logic in the answer that I am receiving. Yun lang, Mr. President. Kasi paulit-ulit tayo, and right now, in the people right in front of me here, syempre sama natin si Senate President, we're all looking for funds for health. The Senate President is the author of the Doktor para sa Bayan. In the 3 years, Mr. President, that wala ka, alam mo yon dahil mismo yung beloved hospital in your hometown of your father and grandfather, hiningan ka pa ng personally na tumulong kasi kulang yung pondo. May pondo nga, Mr. President. So yun lang, I rest my case. Thank you. Oh, wag ko daw i-rest yung case ko. Sinabi ko na paulit-ulit. Summarize ko daw ulit. Oo, hindi. The total amount due is 296.91 billion, almost 300 billion, almost 1/3 of a trillion for healthcare. Okay? So, yun. Nando naman, I can give you all, well, from the 129.96 of syntax, you add the 106.95 from PCSO and PAGCOR from 2019 to 2025, and then the 60 billion that was removed from PhilHealth that should be returned. That's almost 300 billion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just a short response, but I told the DBM to, this is actually a DBM interpretation as well as the DBM who's appropriating or recommending the appropriation. So apparently, there are two laws governing the appropriation of amounts to the PhilHealth. And apparently, the law that is being invoked by the DBM is Republic Act number 11223, which says in section 37, the amount necessary to implement the provisions of this act shall be included in the GAA and shall be appropriated under the DOH and national government subsidy to PhilHealth. So nevertheless, Mr. President, we'll just request from the DBM a position paper on this issue. But I do see the point of Her Honor because pag nag-earmark tayo, may purpose yung pag-i-earmark at merong intention yung pag-i-earmark. So pag hindi ho nangyari yon, then bakit pa ho natin linagay sa batas? No? So I see the point of Her Honor, and we'll just request the DBM to give us a position paper on this. But the position of Senator P is very clear, and I'm sure the DBM is taking this matter very seriously, and will get back to the Senate on how to address this issue, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I redirect my frustration to DBM pala.
DBM.
Not to DOF. I
Oo.
apologize for that. But hindi ka na secretary, so okay lang. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pia, for that intervention. And talagang dapat tignan ho to dahil hindi ho na fulfill yung intention ng batas. So maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, as agreed upon earlier at the lounge, that Senator Lacson would still like to interpolate the DBCC and is requesting, and Senator Allen as well, our minority floor leader, and requesting for them to come back tomorrow at 1. And that'll be the first item on the agenda tomorrow at 1.
All right.
Yeah, so I move to suspend the budgets of the three departments, Department of Finance, Department of Budget and Management, and Department of Department of the New Economic Planning. Ako yung tatay, nakalimutan ko yung pangalan. Naalala ko yung grandfather ko. DepDev.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, the budgets of the enumerated departments are suspended until tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to ask for a minute suspension. We ask the DOH to come into the premises and allow the rest to
All right.
exit, Mr. President. So
All right. The session is suspended.